When eccentric socialite Babs Butterfield bursts into Danny Gumbo Malone's office reporting that her prize flamingo, Cornelius, has witnessed a crime, Gumbo assumes it's another day in Cedar Key's ongoing parade of Florida weirdness. Mermaid Mayhem. Chapter 1. The flamingo had been missing for precisely 16 hours and 27 minutes when Danny Gumbo Malone received the call that would plunge him into the most perplexing case of his mediocre career. This detail mattered because Cornelius the flamingo was not just any flamingo. He was a three-time winner of the Gulf Coast Exotic Bird Pageant, holder of the county record for most photogenic waterfowl, and the primary beneficiary of a trust fund that would make most humans question their career choices. Gumbo was half asleep in his office, a converted bait shack that still smelled vaguely of yesterday's mullet, despite 3 industrial-strength air fresheners shaped like palm trees, when the rhinestone-encrusted doorknob turned with the subtlety of a carnival barker on methamphetamines. "Are you the detective?" The voice belonged to a woman who looked like she'd been constructed entirely from spare parts found in a beauty pageant emergency kit. Her platinum hair defied both gravity and several laws of physics. Her makeup had been applied with such precision that it appeared to have its own zip code. Her flamingo pink pantsuit reflected enough sunlight to potentially disrupt satellite communications. "Depends who's asking," Gumbo replied, hastily wiping a spot of tartar sauce from his tropical shirt, a garment that featured so many parrots it could technically qualify as an aviary. "Babs Butterfield." She extended a hand, adorned with enough jewelry to sink a small yacht. "Former Miss Citrus County, current president of the Cedar Key Exotic Bird Enthusiasts, and," she paused dramatically, dabbing at an invisible tear with a monogrammed handkerchief, "owner of the now-missing Cornelius." Gumbo's brain, which operated with the efficiency of a ceiling fan with one blade, attempted to process this information while simultaneously trying to remember if he'd paid his electricity bill. The fan above him spun with the enthusiasm of a sloth on Valium, suggesting he had not. "Missing bird case, huh?" Gumbo scratched his stubble, which made a sound like sandpaper on a coconut. "What makes you think it didn't just fly away?" "That's kind of their thing." Babs gasped with such theatrical horror that Old Man Peterson's hearing aid went haywire 3 blocks away. "Cornelius would never. His wings are perfectly manicured twice weekly. Flight would ruin his aesthetic." She slapped a glossy 8x10 photo onto Gumbo's desk, knocking over a coffee mug that had been growing its own ecosystem since last Tuesday. The photo showed a flamingo so perfectly pink, it looked like it had been dipped in Caribbean sunset and sprinkled with fairy dust. It wore a tiny rhinestone collar and what appeared to be. "Are those custom flamingo shoes?" Gumbo asked, squinting at the bird's feet. "Louboutin-inspired flamingo footwear," Babs corrected. "Cornelius has sensitive ankles. And enemies. Vicious, glitter-bombing enemies." Before Gumbo could process the concept of a flamingo with ankle sensitivity and a personal vendetta, Babs dropped a handbag on his desk that looked like it had been skinned from a disco ball. From it, she extracted a series of items with the solemnity of a bomb technician: a glitter-covered envelope, a threatening note constructed entirely from letters cut from fishing magazines, and what appeared to be a miniature flamingo feather dipped in something suspiciously red. "This arrived yesterday," she whispered, pushing the glitter bomb remnants toward him. "Open it and boom. Pink glitter everywhere. Do you know how difficult it is to remove glitter from imported silk chaise lounges? It's like Satan's craft project." Gumbo examined the note. "Your bird will be next." The letters had been haphazardly arranged like a ransom note, created by someone who'd learned kidnapping techniques from a children's cartoon. "Any suspects?" Gumbo asked, already mentally calculating how many grouper sandwiches this case might afford him. Babs's eyes narrowed to slits that could cut through titanium. "Meredith Mockingbird McCracken. That's quite a name. She's quite a nemesis." Babs leaned forward, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper. Her taxidermied squirrel, Sir Nottingham, lost to Cornelius in last year's exotic pet extravaganza. She's never forgiven me. A taxidermied squirrel, lost to a living flamingo. Seems fair. It was the talent portion, Babs explained with deadly seriousness. Sir Nottingham's ventriloquist act was clearly rigged. You could see her lips moving. Gumbo blinked slowly, like a lizard contemplating its life choices. She did ventriloquism with a dead squirrel. She claimed it was performance art. Babs made air quotes so aggressive they generated a small breeze. The judges weren't fooled. Cornelius's synchronized swimming routine was flawless. Gumbo felt a cold shiver dance down his spine. Synchronized swimming, his kryptonite. Ever since the Cedar Key aquatic disaster of '09, when his trunks had betrayed him during a high school swim meet, leaving him exposed to 3 counties and a busload of touring seniors from Sarasota, water-based choreography had been his personal nightmare. I charge $300 a day plus expenses, he said, pushing the thought away like a bad oyster. Babs didn't blink. She extracted a checkbook bedazzled within an inch of its life. I'll pay double if you find him by the exotic avian ball next Friday. Cornelius is scheduled to lead the flamingo flamenco. As she wrote the check, Gumbo noticed something odd about her wrist, a small tattoo that looked suspiciously like a GPS coordinate. Before he could inquire, a commotion erupted outside. Through the window, he spotted a golf cart careening across the street, driven by what appeared to be a man in a full-body mosquito costume, being chased by an elderly security guard waving a pool noodle. Just another Tuesday in Cedar Key. Babs completed the check with a flourish that could have qualified as calligraphy. One more thing, she said, her voice dropping to a register usually reserved for confessing murders. Cornelius knows things. Things that certain people in this town wouldn't want squawked about. The flamingo has dirt on someone? Cornelius has been to parties, Babs said cryptically. VIP parties. On boats. With people who do things. What kind of things? The kind that involve unmarked packages, midnight deliveries, and a suspicious number of exotic animal shipments arriving at Dock 7 every third Thursday when the moon is waxing gibbous. Gumbo's interest meter ticked from mild curiosity to potential seafood money for a month. He stood, tucking the check into his pocket. I'll find your bird, Miss Butterfield. As Babs left in a cloud of perfume strong enough to repel mosquitoes and possibly small aircraft, Gumbo contemplated the flamingo photo. Something wasn't adding up, and it wasn't just his checkbook balance. Outside, a pelican landed on his windowsill, regarded him with ancient, judgmental eyes, and promptly regurgitated what appeared to be half a hot dog before flying away. An omen if he'd ever seen one. Gumbo sighed deeply. He'd need backup for this case. It was time to call Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel at the Swamp Siren. If anyone could interpret bird nappings and glitter bombs through interpretive dance, it would be Cedar Key's only psychic bartender. The humid Florida air seemed to shimmer with anticipation, or perhaps it was just heat stroke setting in. Either way, the case of the missing flamingo had officially begun. Chapter 2. The air above Cedar Key smelled like a complex cocktail of salt, desperation, and whatever unholy concoction was being deep-fried at the fishy business food truck. Gumbo Malone navigated his ancient Ford Bronco through a maze of potholes deep enough to qualify as archaeological dig sites, each jolt sending ripples through the lukewarm coffee in his world's okayest detective mug. Babs' bikini Botox, Butterfield's missing flamingo case had all the hallmarks of Florida's special brand of insanity, a perfect storm of wildlife, questionable cosmetic procedures, and the kind of grudges that festered like mold in a double wide during monsoon season. The GPS squawked directions in what sounded suspiciously like Gilbert Gottfried's voice, a questionable modification performed by Gumbo's tech guy, a former NASA engineer who'd been fired for programming the Mars rover to play Kenny Loggins during solar eclipses. "Turn right, you magnificent moron," the GPS screamed, as Gumbo nearly missed the unmarked dirt road leading to the Whispering Mangrove Marina, a collection of weather-beaten docks that looked like they'd survived more hurricanes than evacuation plans. Moored at the farthest slip was the Swamp Siren, a houseboat that defied both maritime regulations and basic color theory. The vessel appeared to have been painted by someone who'd suffered a traumatic event involving a Lisa Frank trapper-keeper. Neon pink competed with electric lime green in a battle that left no winners, only confused retinas and migraines. Atop the boat, a hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Psychic readings, artisanal moonshine, iguana daycare, and emotional support for the cosmically confused." "Subtle," Gumbo muttered, climbing out of his Bronco and immediately stepping into ankle-deep brackish water. He checked his watch, a vintage Casio that doubled as a compass and failed spectacularly at both functions. A 6-foot-tall woman with dreadlocks dyed the exact color of a radioactive sunset appeared at the houseboat's railing. She wore what appeared to be a wetsuit, fashioned from recycled windbreakers, and at least 17 jangling ankle bracelets. "You're late," she called, despite Gumbo having made no appointment. The universe waits for no man, especially one wearing socks with sandals in this humidity. Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel, proprietress of the Swamp Siren and self-proclaimed cocktail clairvoyant, descended a gangplank constructed entirely of repurposed surfboards. An iguana the size of a small dachshund perched on her shoulder, wearing what appeared to be a tiny beret, and judging Gumbo with the intensity of a film critic at an Adam Sandler premiere. "That's Nietzsche," Zelda said, noticing Gumbo's stare. "He's going through an existential crisis, and a phase where he only eats kale arranged in the shape of German philosophers." The iguana blinked one eye, then the other, in what Gumbo could only interpret as reptilian contempt. "I'm looking for," Gumbo began. Zelda silenced him with a dramatic twirl that somehow incorporated elements of the Macarena and what looked suspiciously like an air traffic controller having a seizure. "You seek the pink one," she proclaimed, her voice dropping an octave. "The noble bird who walks on stilts through the shallows of injustice." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "Cornelius, the flamingo. You've heard about the kidnapping." "Kidnapping? Birdnapping? Flamingoing?" Zelda scoffed, leading him up the gangplank. "Semantics are for those who lack the third eye, which, by the way, is currently telling me you haven't changed your underwear since Tuesday." The interior of the Swamp Siren looked like a tiki bar had collided with an astrology shop during a hurricane. Christmas lights, illuminated crystal balls arranged by size, color, and astrological significance. Behind a driftwood bar, bottles of mysterious liquids glowed with colors not found in nature or FDA-approved additives. "The flamingo is but a player in a larger cosmic drama," Zelda proclaimed, mixing a cocktail that involved something blue, something that sparkled, and what appeared to be a tiny umbrella made from an actual palm frond. "A drama starring a man who smells of expensive aftershave and reptile enclosures." Nietzsche, the iguana crawled down Zelda's arm and began arranging cocktail napkins into what looked suspiciously like a crime scene diagram. "What man?" Gumbo asked, accepting the drink despite his better judgment. "The taxidermy tempest approaches," Zelda announced, suddenly launching into a series of movements resembling a cross between interpretive dance and someone attempting to swat a mosquito the size of a pterodactyl. "Beware the man who preserves that which should remain in motion." Gumbo sipped his drink and immediately regretted it. It tasted like someone had liquefied a lava lamp and added a hint of cinnamon. "Can you be more specific?" he asked, discreetly pouring the rest of his drink into a nearby potted plant, which immediately wilted, then perked up, then began swaying rhythmically. Zelda froze mid-gyration. "Rex Rebar Rex Remington," she whispered, suddenly serious. "He who builds where nature should prevail. He who stuffs what once flew free." Gumbo's investigative instincts perked up. The resort developer? What's his connection to a missing show flamingo? Zelda gestured toward an aquarium filled not with water, but with shrimp suspended in some kind of gel. The psychic shrimp never lie, she said ominously. They speak of a conspiracy involving the flamingo, a golf course built on sacred turtle nesting grounds, and a taxidermied squirrel competition with stakes higher than Woodstock in '69. Nietzsche, the iguana made a sound like a balloon slowly deflating, which Zelda apparently interpreted as profound agreement. The pink menace approaches, she continued, pulling a tarot card from a deck that appeared to feature Florida wildlife dressed as characters from 1980s sitcoms. The card showed a flamingo wearing what looked like Magnum P.I.'s Hawaiian shirt. Cornelius isn't just missing, he's become a messenger. Gumbo's phone chirped, a text from Babs Butterfield containing only 17 flamingo emojis and the cryptic message, "He's back but different." As if on cue, Zelda pointed dramatically toward the window. The messenger arrives on wings of synthetic polyester. Outside, waddling up the dock with the determination of a retiree toward an early bird special, was a flamingo wearing what appeared to be a tiny GPS ankle bracelet. Around its neck hung a laminated note, and something about its stride suggested this was not a bird unfamiliar with witnessing crimes. "Cornelius," Gumbo muttered, moving toward the door. Zelda grabbed his arm, her expression grave. The flamingo returns, but the mystery deepens. Beware the tidal wave of taxidermy that follows in its wake. Nietzsche, the iguana, nodded sagely and reached for what appeared to be a tiny notebook and pencil. Florida, Gumbo thought, not for the first time, was less a state and more a perpetual exercise in surrealism. Chapter 3. Gumbo Malone's '87 Pontiac Firebird wheezed to a stop at Sun-Baked Palms Trailer Park, a place where lawn ornaments outnumbered residents 2-to-1, and where the community bulletin board featured both a lost cat flyer and instructions for surviving the coming alien invasion. The sky above Cedar Key had turned the particular shade of orange that suggested either a beautiful sunset or an environmental catastrophe at the nearby chemical plant. "I still don't understand why we're here," said Gumbo, addressing the iguana perched on his dashboard like some reptilian GPS system with attitude problems. The iguana, Nietzsche, stared back with existential indifference. "Because Z-Ray's visions are never wrong," Gumbo muttered to himself, recalling the bartender's interpretive dance that had somehow communicated, "Lot 17, look for the trailer with 17 garden gnomes arranged in what appears to be a ritualistic circle." The trailer in question was a masterpiece of Florida retirement aesthetics, mint green with flamingo pink trim, hurricane shutters that hadn't been removed since 2004, and an aluminum awning that looked like it had been through a bar fight with a Category 3 hurricane. And sure enough, 17 garden gnomes stood in a perfect circle, all facing inward, their little ceramic eyes focused on something in the center. That something was a flamingo. A very real, very pink, very annoyed-looking flamingo wearing what appeared to be a tiny electronic ankle bracelet. "No way," Gumbo whispered. "Cornelius." The flamingo cocked its head, regarding Gumbo with the same expression his ex-wife had used when he'd suggested converting their garage into a crawfish breeding facility. Approaching cautiously, Gumbo had tangled with exotic birds before and still had the scars from the great macaw misunderstanding of 2018. He noticed something tucked beneath the bird's wing. A note folded into an origami flamingo, written in what appeared to be conch chowder? The message, smudged but legible, read, "The mangroves speak at midnight." The beat drops truth. What the flamingo saw cannot be unseen. As if on cue, the GPS ankle bracelet emitted a soft beep, its tiny screen displaying coordinates that Gumbo recognized as Rattlesnake Key, an uninhabited mangrove island famous for three things: rattlesnakes, obviously, a failed 1970s nudist colony, and being the rumored location of monthly full moon raves that the sheriff's department pretended didn't exist. "You witnessed a murder at a mangrove rave." Gumbo asked the flamingo. Cornelius blinked slowly, which Gumbo chose to interpret as confirmation. Retrieving Babs Butterfield's prize flamingo would require backup. Not the kind with a badge and a pension plan. Sheriff Brenda would sooner arrest him for impersonating a competent investigator than help him investigate a case involving a bird witness. No, this required a special kind of Florida expertise. It required Hurricane Hank. Finding Hank Higgins wasn't difficult. At 4:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, the man would be at exactly one of two places, challenging alligators to wrestling matches at Gator World or drinking homemade mango moonshine at the Rusty Anchor. Today was Tuesday, which meant Hank had already finished his gator wrestling demonstration and had moved on to phase 2 of his daily routine. The Rusty Anchor was a bar that could charitably be described as structurally adventurous. Built on stilts over the water, it had survived 7 hurricanes, 2 arson attempts, both insurance-related, and a brief period in the 90s when the owner had attempted to rebrand it as a family-friendly Caribbean dining experience. The experiment had ended when the mechanical talking parrot had short-circuited, caught fire, and screamed obscenities in Spanish while children fled in terror. Hank sat at the bar, his mullet defying both gravity and fashion sense, arm wrestling a one-armed fisherman while simultaneously drinking moonshine through a crazy straw. "Hank," Gumbo announced, placing Cornelius, who he'd wrapped in a beach towel emblazoned with Daytona Beach, where dreams and dignity go to die, on the bar stool beside him. Hurricane Hank looked up, his sunburned face cracking into a grin that revealed a dental history more complex than most Florida land deals. "Gumbo," he drawled, releasing the fisherman's arm and causing the man to topple backward. "What brings you to?" His words died as he spotted the towel-wrapped flamingo. "Is that what I think it is?" "If you think it's a flamingo with a GPS ankle bracelet, who witnessed a murder at a rave in the mangroves, then yes." Hank nodded solemnly. "Third one this month." Before Gumbo could process this disturbing information, the bar door banged open, admitting a gust of humid air, and a man wearing fishing waders, a Hawaiian shirt with the pattern, marlins playing poker, and an expression of pure panic. "They're coming," the man shrieked, his eyes wild. "They know about the flamingo." In one fluid motion, remarkable for a man whose blood alcohol content could strip paint, Hank vaulted over the bar, grabbed a rusty fish gaff, and assumed a defensive stance that Gumbo recognized from Hank's brief, ill-fated career as a drunken Tai Chi instructor. Gumbo tucked Cornelius under his arm. "Who's coming?" The panicked man pointed toward the docks, where 3 airboats were approaching at high speed, operated by figures wearing identical neon green safari suits and what appeared to be taxidermied animal heads as masks. "Taxidermy mafia," Hank grunted, the only words Gumbo needed to hear to know they were in serious trouble. Through the bar's salt-crusted windows, Gumbo watched as one of the airboat operators raised what looked like a modified T-shirt cannon, aimed it at the Rusty Anchor and fired. A glittering projectile arced through the air, smashed through the window, and exploded in a cloud of pink and silver glitter. The note attached simply read, "Give us the bird or get stuffed." "Out the back," Hank grunted, grabbing a bottle of moonshine with one hand and Gumbo's arm with the other. "I got a boat." Hurricane Hank's boat turned out to be a contraption that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts, spite, and questionable engineering decisions. Half jet ski, half airboat, with an outboard motor that appeared to have been salvaged from a crashed ultralight aircraft, it sat bobbing gently against the dock like a mechanical middle finger to maritime safety regulations. "You sure this thing floats?" Gumbo asked, eyeing a spot where duct tape appeared to be the only thing preventing the ocean from entering the hull. Hank shrugged. 60% of the time, it floats every time." He patted the controls. "I call her the inevitable disappointment. Named her after my 3rd marriage." As they climbed aboard, Cornelius tucked safely between them, looking increasingly displeased with his role in this adventure. Gumbo noticed something strange about the flamingo's GPS ankle bracelet. It wasn't displaying coordinates anymore. Instead, it was counting down. "Hank," Gumbo said slowly, "I think this bird is more than a witness. I think he might be wired." Hurricane Hank's eyes widened. He yanked the engine cord with the desperate energy of a man who had just realized he was holding a ticking pink time bomb. "Hold on to your mullet," Hank yelled over the engine's roar, as the inevitable disappointment lurched forward, shattering several marine safety laws and possibly the laws of physics. "We're going to need backup." Cornelius, for his part, simply closed his eyes, as if resigning himself to the uniquely Florida chaos unfolding around him. A bird who had seen too much, now an unwitting participant in whatever madness was yet to come. Chapter 4. The South Florida sun beat down on Gumbo Malone's neck like an angry loan shark with a deadline as he squinted at the tiny GPS ankle bracelet that had adorned Cornelius the flamingo. The ridiculous contraption, no bigger than a cocktail olive, blinked with the persistence of a neon beer sign during happy hour. "Who puts surveillance equipment on a flamingo?" Gumbo muttered, leaning against his '87 Pontiac Bonneville, which had been painted 3 different shades of teal by 3 different body shops after 3 different hurricane-related incidents. The car's AC unit wheezed asthmatically, producing air approximately 2 degrees cooler than Satan's sauna. Hurricane Hank grunted from the passenger seat, where he was methodically dissecting a grouper sandwich. The man's mullet, a marvel of modern follicle engineering, had its own microclimate, remaining perfectly still despite the Category 2 winds currently rearranging the palm fronds outside Zelda's swamp siren. "Birds," Hank finally pronounced, as if delivering the wisdom of the ancients, "don't need GPS." He gestured skyward with half a sandwich. "They got sky stuff." "Fascinating insight," Gumbo replied, mentally calculating whether he could afford to replace Hank with someone who used complete sentences. The gator wrestler had skills, sure. You didn't survive 20 years of professional reptile antagonizing without developing a sixth sense, but his conversation style made Ernest Hemingway look verbose. Gumbo's phone chirped the opening bars of Margaritaville, which he'd set as his ringtone during a particularly poor decision-making episode involving tequila and a dare. The screen displayed Babs Butterfield, accompanied by a photo of her dramatically pointing at a flamingo statue with the intensity of someone identifying a war criminal. "Malone," he answered. "They've broken into my shed." Babs's voice had the piercing quality of a smoke detector with abandonment issues. "My commemorative Citrus County tiaras. They've been bedazzled with threatening messages." Before Gumbo could process this latest development in what was rapidly becoming Florida's most absurd crime spree, a silver Maserati convertible pulled into the Swamp Siren's oyster shell parking lot. The car moved with the predatory grace of a barracuda that had just spotted an all-you-can-eat minnow buffet. From it emerged a woman who seemed to have been designed by a committee of noir novelists with humidity issues. Legs that started somewhere around the Earth's core. Hair the color of midnight spilled into an oil slick. Sunglasses large enough to have their own zip code. And fishnet stockings. Actual, honest-to-God fishnet stockings in 94-degree weather that suggested either incredible commitment to aesthetic or a fundamental misunderstanding of Florida's climate realities. Her purse, Gumbo noted with professional detachment, was shaped like a hammerhead shark. "Oh, hammers of Thor," Hurricane Hank whispered everentially, a piece of grouper falling from his lower lip. The woman stalked toward them, her heels somehow navigating the shell-strewn parking lot with the precision of a moonshiner driving mountain roads. "Danny Malone?" she asked, removing her sunglasses with the theatrical flourish of someone who practiced the move in front of a mirror. "Who's asking?" "Violet Azure. I need your services." She delivered the word services as if it had multiple meanings, at least 2 of which might be illegal in certain counties. Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "I'm in the middle of a case involving a kidnapped flamingo, threatening glitter bombs, and what may or may not be a conspiracy involving taxidermied wildlife." Violet's red lips curved upward. I'll triple your day rate. Hank made a sound like a manatee discovering underwater jazz. I'm listening, Gumbo said, suddenly fascinated by the economic opportunities of the private investigation industry. My husband, Rex Remington. Wait, Rebar Rex? The resort guy? The one who wanted to build a golf course on that coral reef? Violet's eyes narrowed slightly. The very same. Rex has been preoccupied lately. Late nights, mysterious phone calls, and an inexplicable new interest in exotic pets. Could be a midlife crisis, Gumbo offered. Has he bought a jet ski or started wearing visors unironically? He's building something. Something big. And whatever it is, he doesn't want me to know about it. Violet opened her hammerhead purse, extracting a check with more zeros than Gumbo typically saw, outside of calculations involving national debt. Find out what, and there's another one of these waiting. As Gumbo mentally redecorated his houseboat, Violet slid a manila envelope across the Bonneville's salt-corroded hood. Surveillance photos taken by my previous investigator. Before he resigned. Resigned? He's currently pursuing a new career breeding sea monkeys in Pensacola. Her tone suggested this career change had not been entirely voluntary. Gumbo opened the envelope. Inside were grainy photos of Rex Remington, a man whose spray tan had achieved sentience sometime during the Obama administration, talking to a figure whose face was obscured. The location appeared to be an abandoned tiki bar, its thatched roof sagging like a retirement-age pelican. The blue coconut, Hank said suddenly, displaying a disturbing talent for identifying decrepit drinking establishments from minimal visual information. Out on Mangrove Key. Closed after that incident with the exploding pufferfish and the Latvian circus performers. Gumbo exchanged a look with Violet. Your husband's meeting someone at an abandoned tiki bar surrounded by mangroves and alligators. My husband, Violet said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, is terrified of mangroves. Says they're plotting against him. He takes the long way around Key Vista just to avoid the mangrove preserve. Gumbo slipped the photos back into the envelope. So, whatever's happening at the Blue Coconut is important enough for him to face his botanical phobias. Violet's perfectly manicured fingers tapped against the hammerhead purse. Find out what he's planning. And I want photos. Recordings. Evidence. As she strutted back to her Maserati, Hank made a sound like a dolphin choking on a pool noodle. We taking this case too? He asked, his mullet fluttering patriotically in the breeze. Gumbo watched the silver convertible peel out, leaving a trail of crushed oyster shells and confused local wildlife. Oh yeah, he said, pocketing Violet's check. We're definitely taking this case. His phone chirped again. Babs Butterfield, this time with a text message containing a photo of a tiara. Someone had indeed bedazzled it, with tiny rhinestones spelling out, "The birds know your secrets." Gumbo sighed, starting the Bonneville's engine, which responded with the enthusiasm of a government employee 5 minutes before closing time. First, he told Hank, we're going to check out this Blue Coconut. Then we're going to figure out why someone's threatening Babs with weaponized craft supplies. And somewhere in between, we need to find out who put GPS on that damn flamingo. As they pulled away from the swamp siren, Nietzsche, the iguana, watched from the window, his reptilian eyes following the car with the unsettling focus of someone who knew exactly how this would all end. Inside the bar, Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel finished washing a glass, set it down, and performed 3 perfect interpretive dance moves that roughly translated to, "The storm comes on pink wings and expensive cologne." No one paid attention. In Florida, that barely qualified as an unusual Tuesday. Chapter 5. Holy mother of mangrove muck, that's either the world's largest coconut or someone's compensating for something serious, Gumbo muttered, staring at the 12-foot coconut sculpture dominating Rex Remington's beachfront office. The security guard, a sunburned specimen whose neck had clearly lost a long-running war with Florida UV rays, snored peacefully in the corner, lulled to sleep by Gumbo's special blend of rum-infused key lime pie and crushed melatonin gummies. His name tag read Earl, making Florida safe since Tuesday. Gumbo adjusted his disguise, a Hawaiian shirt so loud it could trigger migraines in passing seagulls, and a fake mustache that looked like it had been harvested from a distressed raccoon. The lobby of Remington Resort Development featured enough nautical kitsch to sink a moderately sized cruise ship, including a chandelier made entirely of fishing lures that occasionally caught unwary toupees. The coconut sculpture sat atop a rotating pedestal, slowly turning like the world's most underwhelming amusement park ride. A plaque beneath it proclaimed, "The future of Florida, big, hard, and full of potential." "Subtle," Gumbo whispered, pulling out his Swiss Army knife, which included 15 attachments specifically designed for Florida crimes. The sculpture's access panel was hidden behind what appeared to be a tastefully carved depiction of Rex Remington riding a dolphin while simultaneously playing golf. Gumbo pressed the dolphin's blowhole and heard a satisfying click. Inside was a treasure trove of documents, flash drives, and a bobblehead of Governor DeSantis wearing swim trunks. But what caught Gumbo's eye was a roll of blueprints, secured with a rubber band made from what appeared to be preserved jellyfish tentacles. "Bingo," he muttered, unrolling the plans on Rex's desk, which was shaped like a surfboard and featured inlaid coral that had definitely not been ethically sourced. The blueprints revealed not just a golf course, but an elaborate network of underground tunnels beneath the protected seagrass beds, connecting to an offshore platform labeled "Totally Not a Smuggling Waypoint" for legal purposes. Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Hurricane Hank. "Manatee spotted. Position compromised. Retreating to backup location. Bring nachos." Hank's manatee phobia was acting up again. Last time, he'd hidden in a porta-potty for 6 hours because he thought he saw a manatee wearing a fedora. The man could wrestle alligators while reciting the state constitution backward, but show him a sea cow and he'd tremble like a palm frond in a Category 5. Footsteps in the hallway sent Gumbo scrambling. He hastily photographed the blueprints with his phone, a knockoff brand called iPair that occasionally made outgoing calls to random numbers in Kazakhstan. The blueprints also revealed something else, a series of small islands shaped suspiciously like a giant flamingo when viewed from above, with notations about HQ and the Commodore's retirement villa, volcano optional. A sticky note attached to the corner read, "Hermit Crab Courier Service, Tuesday delivery. Password, the pelican flies at midnight, but the spoonbill takes an Uber." As the footsteps grew louder, Gumbo spotted something else, a small business card tucked into the blueprint's corner. It featured a stylized hermit crab wearing a tiny courier hat and the words "Shell Games, Inc." When ordinary mail is too ordinary. With the dexterity of a man who'd escaped more compromising situations than Florida had invasive species, Gumbo returned the blueprints, secured the coconut panel, and dove behind a life-size taxidermied tarpon just as the door swung open. Violet Azure sashayed in, her fishnet stockings making a sound like someone gently strumming a tennis racket. Her hammerhead shark purse, complete with glass eyes that seemed to follow movement, swung dangerously close to knocking over a coral paperweight. "Rex, darling. Are you?" She paused, sniffing the air like a predator catching a whiff of investigative intrusion. "Hello. Is someone here wrestling with their moral compass, or just the AC?" Gumbo held his breath, trying to become one with the tarpon, which smelled like it had been preserved using a mixture of formaldehyde and discount aftershave. Violet circled the room, her stiletto heels punctuating each step with what sounded like tiny gunshots against the marble floor. She stopped at Rex's desk, running a finger across its surface. My, she murmured. "Someone's been snooping." She picked up Rex's phone, dialing with acrylic nails long enough to be classified as defensive weapons in 12 states. "Security. This is Mrs. Remington. I need a sweep of my husband's office. And bring that new device, the one that detects excessive curiosity and poor fashion choices." As she turned to leave, her purse knocked over a small conch shell, revealing a hidden compartment in Rex's desk. Inside was a ledger with a list of exotic animal deliveries and payments to someone identified only as C. The moment the door closed, Gumbo extricated himself from his fishy hiding place, bits of preserved scales clinging to his Hawaiian shirt like glittery dandruff. "The Commodore," he mumbled, snapping a quick photo of the ledger. "Either an overdressed smuggler or the world's most nautically pretentious criminal mastermind." Outside, the Florida sunset painted the sky in colors that would make a Lisa Frank folder look understated. Gumbo slipped away through the service entrance, past a maintenance worker arguing with a vending machine that had apparently gained sentience and was refusing to dispense Diet Coke on philosophical grounds. In the parking lot, Hurricane Hank was hiding inside the open trunk of Gumbo's '86 Cadillac convertible, which had been painted to resemble a moving coral reef and occasionally leaked mysterious fluids that attracted strangely specific wildlife. "Did you find it?" Hank whispered, his mullet quivering with anticipation or possibly just housing small insects. Gumbo nodded, showing him the photos. The Commodore's running an exotic animal smuggling ring, using trained hermit crabs as couriers. And Rex is building his golf course as a cover. Hank's eyes widened. "Hermit crabs? That explains the tiny harnesses I found at the bait shop." He paused, looking thoughtful, which for Hank involved a lot of forehead wrinkling and nostril flaring. "But who's the Commodore?" Before Gumbo could answer, a drone shaped like a gigantic mosquito buzzed overhead, its camera lens focusing on them with mechanical interest. "We've got company," Gumbo said, slamming the trunk closed with Hank still inside, who let out a muffled yelp about the indignity of the situation and something involving nachos. As Gumbo peeled out of the parking lot, the drone in pursuit, he couldn't help but feel that Cornelius the flamingo had stumbled upon something big. Something pink. Something that smelled distinctly like Florida's most bizarre conspiracy yet. And somewhere out there the Commodore was watching, possibly while sitting in a giant coconut-shaped swivel chair, stroking a taxidermied iguana, and planning the next move in a game where the playing field was rapidly filling with feathers, scales, and at least one very confused private investigator. Chapter 6. "You realize that's not a chip. It's a petrified frog leg from the Pleistocene era," said a voice from behind a tower of barnacle-encrusted beer cans. Gumbo squinted through the haze of cigar smoke, thick enough to qualify as a tropical depression. The abandoned citrus packing plant had been transformed into what could only be described as a pirate's fever dream after a 3-day bender at Jimmy Buffett's estate sale. Hurricane Hank grunted with the gentle subtlety of a manatee in labor and pointed toward a table where a man wearing an eye patch over both eyes somehow managed to shuffle cards with alarming precision. "How's he even seeing anything?" Gumbo whispered. "Echolocation," Zelda whispered back, her tie-dyed muumuu rustling like palm fronds in a Category 1 hurricane. Captain Two-Patch lost his sight in a tragic key lime squeezing incident, but developed bat-like abilities after being bitten by a radioactive fruit bat at a U2 concert in '87. The abandoned citrus packing plant smelled like a combination of moldy orange rinds, spilled rum, and the distinctive aroma of bad life choices. Christmas lights, strung from rusted conveyor belts, cast an eerie glow over 7 poker tables, each populated by individuals who looked like they'd been specifically rejected from a Pirates of the Caribbean casting call for being too Florida. "Place your bets, scallywags," bellowed a woman whose tricorn hat appeared to be constructed entirely from flattened beer cans and whose parrot, clearly taxidermied, but occasionally moving in ways that defied logical explanation, periodically squawked what sounded suspiciously like lottery numbers from 1994. Hank nudged Gumbo, pointing to a tank in the corner where eels slithered with the languid grace of underwater accountants. "Those are electric Caribbean reef eels," Zelda explained, adjusting her crystal-embedded spectacles. "Worth about $20 each on the black market, 50 if they've been trained to recognize Bon Jovi songs. They're using them as currency." A man wearing nothing but cargo shorts and a vest made entirely of coral fragments approached, his beard home to what appeared to be a thriving ecosystem of microorganisms and possibly a family of tiny crabs. "Ye be new to the Citrus Corsairs game?" he asked, breath smelling like he'd been gargling with brackish water and turpentine. "Just passing through," Gumbo replied, trying not to stare at the hermit crab using the man's ear as a thoroughfare. "Heard there might be information about Rex Remington here." The bearded man's eyes widened to the approximate diameter of sand dollars. "We don't speak that name here, not since the great coconut catastrophe of last February." Before Gumbo could press further, a gong constructed from an overturned airboat propeller sounded, its reverberations causing several sleeping bats to abandon their roost in the rafters. "Conch auction," bellowed a voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The crowd surged toward a raised platform constructed from crab traps and driftwood, where a woman with skin the texture and color of beef jerky stood beside a velvet-draped table. Her fingers, adorned with rings made from fishing lures, dramatically swept aside the cloth to reveal a collection of conch shells that glowed with unnatural iridescence under the black light. "Ladies, gentlemen, and those who've yet to decide," she announced, "welcome to the quarterly Citrus Corsairs Conch Confidential. Tonight's offerings come from the private collection of the late Captain Sunburn Simmons, who, as you know, tragically passed last month when he attempted to recreate Washington crossing the Delaware using a paddleboard and 17 trained pelicans." Hurricane Hank tugged at Gumbo's sleeve, his eyebrows performing an interpretive dance of urgent significance. "He's right," Zelda translated, somehow understanding Hank's eyebrow Morse code. "Those aren't just shells. Look at the third one from the left." Gumbo's eyes narrowed. The conch shell, spiral-patterned in hues of sunset orange and toxic waste pink, had been subtly modified. A tiny, almost imperceptible door had been carved into its side, hinged with what appeared to be fishing line. "We're looking at the Commodore's mail system," Zelda whispered. "Each shell has a compartment. The hermit crabs are trained to transport them between drop points. It's genius. Who looks twice at a hermit crab carrying a shell?" The auctioneer lifted the modified conch. "We'll start the bidding at 3 eels, or equivalent swamp cabbage liquor." "4 eels!" shouted a woman whose sunburn suggested she interpreted SPF numbers as purely decorative suggestions. "5 eels and a slightly used fishing lure," countered a man whose Hawaiian shirt depicted flamingos engaged in activities that would make actual flamingos blush. Gumbo felt something brush against his ankle. Looking down, he discovered a hermit crab wearing what appeared to be a tiny GPS tracker, methodically tapping Morse code against his shoe. "It's trying to tell you something," Zelda said, dropping to her knees and pressing her ear against the shell. "It says Rex Remington is expected at tomorrow night's big game. Something about using the conch shells to transport coordinates for shipments." 10 eels and a genuine mermaid scale," shouted Hank, his voice emerging so suddenly and with such force that several nearby pirates spilled their rum. The entire room froze. All eyes turned to Hank, whose mullet seemed to bristle defensively under the collective stare. Did Hurricane Hank just speak?" Gumbo whispered to Zelda. "Only for emergencies and conch auctions," she replied. "It's a little-known fact about people with pathological fears of manatees. They develop selective mutism, except in situations involving high-stakes shellfish bidding." The auctioneer, recovering from her shock, pointed her gavel, which appeared to be a small taxidermied pufferfish on a stick, at Hank. 10 eels and a mermaid scale, from the gentleman with the business in front party and back hair configuration. Do I hear 11? The room remained silent. Even the eels seemed to hold their electric currents in suspense. Sold to Mullet Man, she declared, bringing down the pufferfish with a squeak. I don't understand, Gumbo muttered as Hank approached the platform to claim his prize. How is this going to help us track Rex, or find out what the Commodore is planning. Zelda's eyes twinkled with the manic gleam of someone who'd consumed nothing but mangoes and moonshine for 3 consecutive days. Because, my dear Gumbo, that particular shell contains next week's drop coordinates. And more importantly, she paused for dramatic effect, it's still occupied. She pointed to the tiny antennae poking out from the conk's opening, belonging to a hermit crab with a distinctive marking on its shell that looked suspiciously like the Remington Resort logo. Meet our new informant, Zelda grinned. I believe his name is Sheldon. Outside, a manatee surfaced briefly in the canal beside the packing plant, wearing what appeared to be a tiny wire and giving Gumbo a knowing wink before disappearing beneath the murky water. Florida never ceased to amaze. Chapter 7. You'll need a better hat than that if you're aiming to survive the Rattlesnake Pass course, growled Catfish coolly, his face a topographical map of sun damage and poor life choices. Last fella who showed up in a fedora got his ear sliced clean off by Jimbo's airboat propeller. Now he wears it as a lucky charm on a necklace made of beer tabs. Gumbo adjusted his hat defensively. The thing had cost him $42 at a marina gift shop that smelled like sunscreen and regret. It's not a fedora. It's a classic Panama style. It's a death wish is what it is, interrupted Catfish, squinting through eyes narrowed by decades of staring at the sun-blasted waters of Cedar Key. He stood ankle-deep in brackish water, his torn cargo shorts revealing legs so weathered they resembled gnarled cypress knees. The mullet mafia don't take kindly to fancy headwear. They see it as a sign of government interference. The mullet mafia, as they were known to locals who valued their shins, lived in a labyrinth of makeshift stilt houses constructed from salvaged hurricane debris and held together with a combination of bungee cords, spite, and what appeared to be hardened tartar sauce. Accessible only by airboat or extremely determined swimming, they'd rejected civilization after the Great Fishing Regulation Crisis of '97. The settlement hummed with activity that was either extremely suspicious or perfectly innocent, depending on whether you were a tax assessor or not. I need to talk to them, Gumbo insisted, fishing a jar of pickled mullet from his satchel. I've got insider information that they might know something about Cornelius the flamingo. Catfish snorted, a sound reminiscent of a manatee with sinus issues. They ain't gonna speak to you, lest you prove yourself worthy. And that means? Please don't say airboat jousting, Gumbo muttered. Airboat jousting, Catfish finished triumphantly. Annual tournament starts in 20 minutes. Winner gets speaking privileges with old Spartacus McCracken, their leader. Loser gets a commemorative t-shirt and possibly minor surgeries. Gumbo surveyed the makeshift arena, where several airboats were being prepared. Each craft bristled with improvised weaponry that would make a medieval torture master nostalgic. One particularly enthusiastic contestant had attached what appeared to be a garden gnome to a pool noodle and was practicing lunges that threatened the structural integrity of his already questionable swimming trunks. I've never jousted before, Gumbo admitted, much less on an airboat. Lucky for you, Catfish grinned, revealing teeth, arranged like a game of dental Jenga. I got a spare boat and 15 minutes to teach you everything I know about the ancient and noble sport of propeller-powered combat. 13 minutes and 45 seconds later, Gumbo stood unsteadily on an airboat held together primarily by optimism and duct tape. His jousting lance, a broken fishing pole with a toilet plunger duct taped to the end, felt about as threatening as a wet newspaper. Remember, Catfish shouted over the engines, aim for the sternum but hit the shoulder. Keep your center of gravity low. And whatever you do, don't make direct eye contact with Manatee Mike. He thinks it's a marriage proposal. The tournament bracket had Gumbo facing off against a competitor known only as the Brackish Bandit, whose airboat was decorated with what appeared to be decorative lawn flamingos arranged in attack formation. Begin, bellowed the referee, a man whose Hawaiian shirt had so many stains it technically qualified as abstract art. Engines roared. Water churned. Gumbo's airboat lurched forward like a drunken water buffalo, the noise drowning out what were likely his last coherent prayers. The brackish bandit charged, his plunger lance extended like the finger of Neptune himself. Gumbo, acting on instinct and terror, dropped to his knees just as the plunger whistled overhead. His own lance, held more in self-defense than aggression, somehow connected with the bandit's life vest, sending him tumbling backward into his own cooler of bait shrimp. "Point Fedora," yelled the referee. "It's not a Fed," Gumbo began, before being cut off by the crowd's mixed cheers and specialized insults. 3 rounds later, his hat lost to the swamp gods and his dignity hanging by a thread thinner than fishing line, Gumbo found himself in the finals against Mullet Moses, a man whose beard contained enough debris to qualify as its own ecosystem and quite possibly several endangered species. Moses circled like a shark that had discovered methamphetamine, his airboat's maneuvers defying both physics and common sense. His lance, a modified pool cue with what appeared to be a taxidermied pufferfish attached to the end, had already claimed 3 competitors and 1 unfortunate pelican that had flown too close to the action. "You ain't from round here," Moses called, his voice like gravel in a blender. "What's a fancy pants detective want with the mullet mafia? We ain't seen no flamingo, and if we had, we'd have invited him for supper." Gumbo gripped his sad plunger lance, calculating angles and probabilities. "I think your community has information about why Cornelius was wearing a GPS tracker, and what's happening at Rebar Rex's construction site." Moses paused, his airboat idling. "You investigating Rex Remington? That walking tanning bed, who's trying to build on our sacred seagrass beds?" "The very same," Gumbo confirmed. A strange change came over Moses. His beard seemed to bristle with newfound respect. "Well, why didn't you say so? Anyone who's after that coastal-destroying butthead is good people in my book." The final joust transformed into something more ceremonial than combative. Both men charged, lances extended, but at the last moment, Moses dramatically flung himself backward as if struck by the wrath of Poseidon himself, belly flopping into the water with the grace of a falling piano. "We have a winner?" proclaimed the referee as the crowd erupted. Later, seated in a makeshift throne constructed entirely of empty beer cans and fishing lures, Gumbo was presented to Spartacus McCracken, the 87-year-old patriarch of the Mullet Mafia. His white beard reached his knees, and he wore a crown fashioned from salvaged spark plugs and what appeared to be pieces of a disco ball. "The jousting champion seeks knowledge," announced Moses, who dried off and now stood with the solemnity of a royal herald who'd pre-gamed with moonshine. Spartacus fixed Gumbo with eyes that had seen everything Florida had to offer, and several things Florida wished it could forget. He raised gnarled hands, and the assembled crowd fell silent. "We have much to discuss," the old man said, his voice surprisingly cultured for someone whose shirt appeared to be made from repurposed beach towels. "But first, we communicate properly." With that, he produced what looked like a rusted soup can attached to a bicycle horn. "Underwater Morse code," he explained. "Only way to be sure the Commodore's listening devices can't hear us." As Spartacus began honking and submerging the can in a pattern that would confuse military cryptographers, Gumbo realized that finding Cornelius the flamingo was going to be even stranger than he'd imagined. And in Florida, that was really saying something. Chapter 8. Sweet mother of mangrove muck, is that flamingo wearing a tiny monocle? Gumbo Malone squinted through binoculars that had previously been used to spot manatees, errant cruise ships, and on one memorable occasion, a rogue paddleboarding chihuahua with delusions of aquatic grandeur. The pink bird in question stood with aristocratic posture on one leg atop the rusty mailbox of Crawdaddy's Bait and Tackle, looking for all the world like a feathered British ambassador who had taken a wrong turn at the equator. "That's definitely Cornelius," Hurricane Hank Higgins confirmed, scratching his mullet contemplatively. The action dislodged a small hermit crab that had been living there since Tuesday's airboat jousting tournament. The crab scuttled away, clearly rethinking its real estate choices. But last time I saw him, he wasn't, cosplaying as the Monopoly man. Cornelius the flamingo spotted them, and with the unnerving precision of a bird with insider information, dropped something before taking flight in a blur of pink indignation. His wingspan momentarily blocked out the sun, casting the kind of dramatic shadow usually reserved for low-budget horror films about radioactive pelicans. "Is that a cocktail napkin?" Gumbo approached cautiously, as though the small square of paper might suddenly sprout legs and scuttle away like so many things tended to do in Cedar Key. The napkin bore the faint logo of the Pickled Porpoise, a bar that had achieved legendary status by being simultaneously the most beloved and most health code-violated establishment in 3 counties. Scrawled across it, in what appeared to be actual squid ink, was a limerick that read, "There once was a brew from the swamp, whose flavor would make your brain romp. It's hidden away, where mangroves do sway, and the bubbles go blomp-bitty-blomp. What in the name of Jimmy Buffett's lost shaker of salt is this supposed to mean?" Gumbo muttered, turning the napkin over to discover a crude map drawn in what might have been hot sauce, tartar sauce, or something best left unidentified. Z-Ray appeared suddenly beside them, causing Hank to emit a noise usually associated with startled manatees. She was wearing a dress made entirely of recycled fishing lures and carrying Nietzsche the iguana, who was sporting a tiny tinfoil hat. "It's a message from the great beyond," she announced, her eyes rolling back dramatically until only the whites showed. "Or possibly from the back room of the Pickled Porpoise. The cosmic energies are a bit murky today. Mercury is in retrograde, and Venus is doing something suspicious with Neptune. Can your psychic powers tell us what blomp-bitty-blomp means?" Gumbo asked, passing her the napkin. Z-Ray held it to her forehead, then to Nietzsche's forehead, then inexplicably to her left elbow. "It's the sound of fermentation. Underground fermentation. Swamp cabbage becoming something more." She performed 3 interpretive dance moves that suggested either hidden brewery or severe gastrointestinal distress. The map led them deep into the mangroves, where the air hung thick with mosquitoes discussing their retirement plans and ambitions to one day own vacation property on a less hygienically conscious mammal. Their airboat, piloted by Hank with the confidence of a man whose relationship with physics was casual at best, sliced through the water, sending startled fish airborne in perfect parabolic arcs. "There." Gumbo pointed to a decrepit shack, nearly swallowed by the surrounding foliage. The structure looked like it had been built by someone using an IKEA instruction manual, translated from Swedish to Portuguese to Klingon, and back to English. "The Fermenting Flamingo," Z-Ray read from a weather-beaten sign that hung crookedly above the door. "Established 2007. Health inspector last seen entering, never." The interior of the shack defied conventional architecture, appearing larger inside than outside, either an optical illusion or a tear in the space-time continuum. Copper stills gleamed in the dim light, connected by a labyrinth of tubing that resembled the digestive system of some fantastical creature. The air smelled of fermented palm hearts, swamp cabbage, and something vaguely citrusy that made Gumbo's nose hairs tingle with equal parts delight and alarm. A man emerged from behind a barrel, wearing hip waders, a Hawaiian shirt featuring mathematical equations, and a beard that could comfortably house a family of wading birds. "Welcome to paradise," he announced. "I'm Professor Pythagoras Plankton, formerly of the University of Florida's Department of Theoretical Hydrodynamics and Experimental Libations. We're looking for information about a flamingo," Gumbo began, but the professor was already pouring a viscous, electric blue liquid into coconut shell cups. "First you drink, then we talk." His smile revealed teeth, stained in a rainbow pattern, that suggested either a lifetime of sampling his own creations or an unfortunate incident with a pack of highlighters. The liquid tasted like sunshine filtered through mangrove roots, with notes of wild orchid, cinnamon, and possibly a hint of enlightenment. Hank's mullet physically straightened itself, before gradually returning to its natural state. Z-Ray began speaking in complete sentences without interpretive gestures. "That's my mangrove moonshine," Professor Plankton explained proudly. "Made from fermented swamp cabbage, harvested only during the full moon, when the alligators are busy with their monthly synchronized swimming practice." "About the flamingo," Gumbo persisted, though his tongue was now informing him that it had achieved temporary independence and was considering running for local office. "Ah, Cornelius." The professor's face lit up. "My best customer, an occasional test subject. That bird has an exceptional palate. It was his idea to add the bioluminescent algae to my glowing grouper grog." "The monocle? The messages? The GPS ankle bracelet?" Gumbo pressed. Professor Plankton scratched his beard, dislodging what appeared to be a small, confused starfish. "The monocle was a gift. Victorian era, belonged to a particularly discerning pelican. The messages? He's working undercover, gathering intelligence on the Commodore's operation." "For whom?" Z-Ray asked, her left eye twitching in sync with Nietzsche's tail. "For the Bureau of Avian, Reptilian, and Feral Investigations," Plankton whispered dramatically. "BARFI for short." Hank nodded sagely. "Makes sense." "The Commodore visited my establishment 3 weeks ago," Plankton continued, lowering his voice to a volume usually reserved for golf commentators. "Wanted to buy my entire stock of mangrove moonshine. When I refused, he threatened to replace all my copper tubing with PVC and my wild yeast cultures with store-bought bread yeast." He shuddered, as if describing an unspeakable atrocity. Cornelius witnessed everything. A sudden commotion outside caught their attention. Through the grimy window, they spotted a small armada of airboats approaching, each piloted by a figure wearing a full-body shrimp costume. "The Commodore's crustacean crew." Professor Plankton gasped, already gathering bottles into a waterproof sack. "They've found my secret location. We must flee. Take this." He thrust a bottle of murky liquid into Gumbo's hands. "Mangrove moonshine, bathtub batch number 7. If consumed, it temporarily grants the ability to understand pelican dialects and may cause spontaneous tap dancing. If ignited," he winked meaningfully, "it creates a diversion that would make the 4th of July blush with inadequacy." As the shrimp-suited henchmen surrounded the shack, Gumbo glanced at the bottle, then at his companions, then back at the approaching threat. "Well," he sighed, uncorking the bottle, "as they say in Cedar Key when life gives you weird flamingo clues. Make explosive mangrove moonshine." Hank finished with a grin that suggested this wasn't his first rodeo involving homebrew and pursuers in seafood costumes. Z-Ray raised her coconut cup in a toast. "To Cornelius and his monocle. May his next clue lead us somewhere with air conditioning." Outside, the first shrimp-suited figure reached the door, unaware that Florida's strangest private investigator was about to introduce the Commodore's henchmen to the volatile chemistry of backwater brewing. Just another Tuesday in Cedar Key. Chapter 9. "For the last time, Malone, that monocled bird is a protected species, not your personal feathered informant." Sheriff Brenda Bullitt, Butterfield's voice cracked like lightning over a trailer park. She'd cornered Gumbo outside the Crab Shack saloon, her department-issued SUV blocking his rusty Pontiac like a predator trapping prey. Gumbo clutched the cocktail napkin with its squid ink limerick, trying to shield it from the sheriff's laser-focused gaze. Brenda's badge glinted in the merciless Florida sun, almost as bright as the nickel-plated taser that her right hand twitched toward every 7 seconds, a nervous tick he'd counted and timed during their tumultuous 6-month relationship. "Listen, Brenda, this isn't about the flamingo anymore. There's something bigger happening in the swamps than your department's annual Gator Rodeo fundraiser." Her eyes narrowed to slits thin enough to slide under a bathroom stall door. You think I don't know what's happening in my county? I've got informants in places so dark they need to be watered twice a week. A passing tourist in a "What Happens in the Everglades Stays in the Everglades" t-shirt snapped their photo, mistaking their standoff for some kind of Florida wildlife ranger demonstration. "Nice to see you too, Bullet," Gumbo said, using her nickname with precisely the inflection that made her left eye twitch. "Still collecting those snow globes?" Her taser hand froze mid-twitch. "Who told you about my collection?" The words hissed out like air from a punctured airboat. "Nobody. But you just did." Gumbo smiled with the satisfaction of a man who just found the last key lime pie slice at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Brenda glanced nervously over both shoulders, then grabbed Gumbo by his threadbare Hawaiian shirt, this one featuring battling manatees and mojito glasses, and yanked him toward the alley beside Scooter's bait, tackle, and notary public. "My collection is private," she whispered, the words barely audible over the screech of a nearby peacock that had escaped from the exotic birds and tax services shop down the street. 416 vintage snow globes, including a limited edition Sasquatch in the Smokies that plays Rocky Mountain High when you shake it. "I'm not here about your snow prisons, Brenda. I'm tracking something bigger. Something that connects a bedazzled flamingo, an abandoned microbrewery, and Rex Remington's golf course development." Her eyes widened like a startled blowfish. "Stay away from Remington. That man's got more buried bodies than the Sunshine Memorial Gardens during a BOGO plot sale." A mosquito the size of a hummingbird dive-bombed Gumbo's neck. He swatted it away, revealing the cocktail napkin with its cryptic limerick. "There once was a bird colored pink, who saw what made the Commodore drink. In the mangrove at night, by the brewery's light, find the body that didn't quite sink." Brenda snatched the napkin, read it, then ate it with the practiced efficiency of someone who destroyed evidence before. "Plausible deniability," she mumbled through paper-filled cheeks. "That was my only lead," Gumbo protested. "Good. Because I'm officially warning you off this case." She swallowed hard, then added in a voice suddenly soft as Spanish moss, "Danny, please. These people, they're not like your usual suspects who steal garden gnomes and replace them with tiny replicas of themselves." The use of his real name caught him off guard. Brenda never called him Danny. Not even during their brief, chaotic romance that had ended when she'd arrested him for impersonating a dolphin trainer at a charity water ballet. Her eyes betrayed something, fear or knowledge, or perhaps both marinating together in the swampy depths of her conscience. "What do you know about the Commodore?" Gumbo asked, his voice dropping to match hers. She glanced at her wristwatch, a chunky, waterproof monstrosity that could probably survive a nuclear blast and still chime on the hour. "I know nothing officially. Unofficially, I know that 3 environmental inspectors went out to survey that protected seagrass bed where Rex wants to build his golf course. 2 came back with sudden amnesia and newfound offshore bank accounts. The 3rd, her taser hand twitched violently. The 3rd, Gumbo prompted, drained his savings, quit his job, and now runs an alpaca farm in Wyoming. Says he's never heard of Florida, claims it's a liberal conspiracy like gravity and dinosaurs." A nearby airboat revved its massive fan, drowning out Gumbo's profanity. When the noise subsided, Brenda was already walking back to her vehicle, hips swaying with the determined rhythm of a woman who'd practiced her intimidation walk in front of a mirror. "Stay out of this, Malone," she called over her shoulder. "Or next time we meet, I won't be wearing this badge. I'll be identifying your body after they find you tangled in crab traps with your pockets full of concrete fishing weights." As her SUV peeled away, kicking up a cloud of sand and broken seashells, Gumbo noticed something she'd dropped, deliberately or accidentally, he couldn't be sure. A business card for Sunset Serenity Storage, with a unit number scrawled on the back in Brenda's distinctive handwriting that always looked like a drunk pelican had dipped its feet in ink. The clue was obvious. The warning, equally so. Gumbo pulled out his phone and texted Zelda and Hank, "Meet at the Caffeinated Crab. Bring diving gear, lockpicks, and something that can distract an alligator. Also, has anyone seen a flamingo wearing a monocle in the last hour?" He tucked the storage unit card into his pocket, next to the half-dissolved breath mint he'd been saving for a special occasion, and headed toward his car. The sun was beginning its downward arc toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues that tourism brochures described as magical, but locals recognized as imminent thunderstorm. Whatever Brenda's eyes had been hiding, whatever swampy secret lurked beneath her official warnings, Gumbo was now certain of one thing. This case had just gotten deeper than the limestone caves beneath Lake Okeechobee, and twice as treacherous. And somewhere, a monocled flamingo named Cornelius held the key to it all. Chapter 10. Those aren't normal jellyfish. They've been weaponized by a disturbed marine biologist with daddy issues and a government grant. Gumbo shouted over the roar of the explosion, as iridescent goo rained down across the marina like radioactive birthday cake frosting. The blast from the shipping container had sent Gumbo, Zelda, and Nietzsche the iguana flying backward into a display of novelty t-shirts with slogans like, "I got crabs in Cedar Key," and "My parents went to Florida, and all I got was this lousy skin cancer." Nietzsche, displaying more survival instinct than his nihilistic namesake, had attached himself to Zelda's head, resembling a spiky judgmental hat. "Duck!" Hank bellowed, diving under a nearby pontoon boat, as a secondary explosion sent a flaming tackle box spiraling through the air like a meteor of fishing lures and sinkers. The marina, once a peaceful haven for sunburned tourists and borderline functional alcoholics with boat payments, now resembled a Jackson Pollock painting if the artist had used phosphorescent jellyfish parts and broken dreams as his medium. Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield arrived in a cloud of burnt rubber and questionable jurisdiction, her cruiser fishtailing across the parking lot before coming to rest against a decorative anchor that had definitely seen better centuries. "Malone!" she screamed, emerging from her vehicle with her taser already drawn. "I explicitly told you to stay away from the marina and anything involving marine bioluminescence." Gumbo peeled himself off the pavement, noting that his favorite Hawaiian shirt now featured authentic blast patterns and what appeared to be jellyfish tentacles forming a crude smiley face on his left pectoral. "In my defense, you're always telling me to stay away from things. Statistically, something was bound to explode near me eventually." A high-pitched whine cut through the chaos, the unmistakable sound of a drone motor. But this was no ordinary drone. This mechanical monstrosity featured 6 rotors, a proboscis longer than a congressional filibuster, and was painted in a camouflage pattern that would only be effective if you were trying to hide in an acid trip-inspired mural. "Giant mosquito!" shrieked a tourist from Minnesota who was clearly reconsidering his retirement plans. "Drone," corrected Zelda, who was already performing what appeared to be an interpretive dance representing man's futile struggle against surveillance technology, while Nietzsche the iguana provided rhythmic tail-thumping accompaniment. The drone zeroed in on Gumbo with the precision of an IRS auditor spotting an unreported offshore account. A camera lens extended, focusing with an electronic whir that somehow conveyed malicious intent. "It's scanning for the blueprints," Hank yelled, crawling from beneath the pontoon boat with a fishing gaff he had apparently decided was an appropriate anti-drone weapon. Gumbo's mind raced faster than an unattended airboat with a brick on the throttle. The blueprints he'd discovered inside Rex's coconut sculpture were currently tucked inside his waterproof notebook, which was, ironically, now soaking in a puddle of glowing jellyfish viscera. The drone made another pass, lower this time, its massive mosquito proboscis now revealed to be a grappling mechanism designed to snatch small objects or incriminating documents. "We need to get airborne. Now," Gumbo shouted, sprinting toward the airboat rental shack, which was miraculously untouched by the explosion. The proprietor, A leathery octogenarian named Cooter, whose skin had the approximate texture and color of beef jerky left in the sun, didn't even look up from his ancient fishing magazine as Gumbo slapped a credit card on the counter. Category 5 Hurricane couldn't get that engine started, Cooter mumbled, turning a page featuring a bikini model posing with a marlin from approximately 1978. Flooded. I'll give you 200 cash and won't mention your unlicensed alligator wrestling pit to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, Gumbo countered. Cooter tossed him a key, attached to a float shaped like a mermaid with questionable anatomical proportions. Throttle sticks. Life jackets have more mold than float. Good luck. The airboat, a Frankenstein's monster of fiberglass, aircraft engine parts, and what appeared to be repurposed lawn furniture, roared to life with a sound like a pterodactyl gargling gravel. Gumbo gunned the throttle as Zelda, Hank, and an extremely reluctant Nietzsche piled in. The drone, apparently recognizing the escape attempt, changed course with electronic determination. Its proboscis extended downward like an accusatory metal finger. Hold onto your emotional support, iguana, Gumbo shouted as the airboat lurched forward, nearly sending Hank over the side. They rocketed away from the marina, the airboat skimming across the water with all the grace and stability of a shopping cart pushed by methamphetamine enthusiasts. Behind them, several emergency vehicles arrived, their lights creating a disco effect through the haze of glowing jellyfish residue. The drone followed, gaining altitude for better pursuit, its camera lens glinting malevolently in the Florida sun. We need to lose that thing, Gumbo yelled over the engine's roar, steering toward a dense patch of mangroves where the twisted roots created a natural labyrinth. I can jam its signal, Zelda announced, pulling what appeared to be a modified TV remote control from her flowing caftan. I designed this to block my ex-husband's satellite dish during football games. The drone wobbled momentarily as Zelda pointed her device skyward, then regained stability and continued pursuit with what could only be described as mechanical stubbornness. Plan B. Gumbo yanked the airboat into a sharp turn, sending a sheet of water arcing through the air. Hank, deploy countermeasures. Hank reached into the tackle box he'd somehow managed to bring along and pulled out 3 fishing lures attached to helium balloons, a contraption that made sense only to a man who considered alligator wrestling a sensible career choice. Drone bait. Hank released the balloons, which rose to meet the pursuing mechanical mosquito. The drone's sensors, apparently confused by the moving targets, diverted momentarily to investigate. Gumbo seized the opportunity, guiding the airboat into a narrow channel where overhanging cypress branches created a natural tunnel. The drone attempted to follow, but became entangled in the moss-draped limbs, its rotors whining an electronic protest. That won't hold it for long, Gumbo warned, pushing the throttle to its limit. The airboat responded with an alarming mechanical cough before surging forward with renewed determination. Where are we going? Zelda asked, now comforting Nietzsche, who had curled into a traumatized ball of scales. Gumbo pulled the soggy blueprint from his pocket, the paper disintegrating even as he examined it. But he'd seen enough. The coordinates, the schedule, the elaborate network of drop points all circling back to a single location. We're going to find the Commodore, Gumbo announced, steering the airboat deeper into the maze of Florida's coastal wilderness. And I think I know exactly where to look. Behind them, the sound of the drone breaking free echoed through the mangroves like a mechanical mosquito's revenge fantasy. Somewhere in the distance, a flamingo squawked indignantly. Or perhaps it was just Florida, speaking its native tongue. Chapter 11. If that exploding jellyfish was a diversion, I'd hate to see what these people consider the main event, Gumbo muttered, wringing fluorescent goo from his shirt as he limped toward the abandoned St. Lucifer's lighthouse. The structure loomed against the twilight sky like a psychedelic chess piece, half nautical landmark, half pastel fever dream. Its once white exterior, now displayed a kaleidoscope of spray-painted cat silhouettes in colors not found in nature. A hand-painted sign declared, "Keep out, feline legion of doom. Violators will be scratched, judged, and possibly recruited." The mosquito drone that had pursued him across the bay had mysteriously retreated after he'd crossed into what locals called the catastrophic zone. Apparently, even artificial insects had their limits. Gumbo checked his pockets. One soggy notebook, $17 in damp bills, a half-melted pack of tropical-flavored antacids, and a keychain shaped like a coconut that played the first 4 notes of Margaritaville when squeezed. Not exactly James Bond's arsenal. The lighthouse door creaked open before he could knock, revealing a woman whose age could be anywhere from 60 to immortal. Her silver hair stood straight up like she'd been permanently electrocuted, and she wore a caftan made entirely of what appeared to be vintage Florida postcards laminated together. "You're the flamingo detective," she said. Not a question, but an accusation, delivered with the confidence of someone who regularly communicates with kitchen appliances. "I prefer investigative consultant with avian-adjacent cases," Gumbo replied, trying to sound professional while still dripping bioluminescent jellyfish residue. Semantics. She waved a hand festooned with rings made from bottle caps and fishing lures. "I'm Prudence Meowington III. My colleagues are expecting you." "Your colleagues?" "The cats, honey. They told me you were coming. The marlin too, but he's less reliable since the taxidermist used discount formaldehyde." The interior of the lighthouse resembled what would happen if a cat cafe mated with a conspiracy theorist's basement. Every surface hosted either a feline or a corkboard covered in newspaper clippings connected by yarn of varying colors. The spiral staircase leading to the upper levels was lined with cat beds shaped like tiny Florida landmarks, the Everglades, Disney World, and what appeared to be a miniature replica of the world's largest ball of twine. 37, 38. Gumbo counted under his breath. 43, Prudence corrected. 44, if you count metaphysical Murray, but he exists primarily on the astral plane. As if summoned, a massive orange tabby materialized on a nearby shelf, knocking over a snow globe containing a tiny alligator wearing sunglasses. The cat fixed Gumbo with an expression of such profound disdain, it could only have been perfected over multiple lifetimes. "That's Admiral Whiskers," Prudence explained. "Head of Security. The Intelligence Division is upstairs with the Marlin." "The Marlin? That's the one with the blueprints?" Gumbo ventured, trying to sound like this was a perfectly normal conversation. Prudence's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about the blueprints?" "Lucky guess. Enormous taxidermied fish. Secret smuggling operation. 1 + 1 = conspiracy." "Mathematics is a government construct," she muttered, but gestured for him to follow her up the winding staircase. The lighthouse's upper chamber had been converted into what could only be described as a war room for tactically minded felines. Maps covered the walls, each marked with tiny paw prints in various colors. In the center, suspended from the ceiling by fishing wire, hung the largest mounted marlin Gumbo had ever seen. Its glass eyes had been replaced with what appeared to be vintage kaleidoscopes, and its gaping mouth held what looked suspiciously like rolled-up architectural plans. "Commodore Finsley," Prudence announced to the fish. "We have a visitor." Gumbo waited, half expecting the fish to respond. Florida had that effect on reality. A tuxedo cat wearing a tiny captain's hat leapt onto an old sea chest and meowed imperiously. "Lieutenant Mittens says the blueprints were smuggled in 3 days ago," Prudence translated. "The courier was a pelican with a gambling problem who works for the Commodore. The Commodore sent blueprints to a lighthouse full of cats." Gumbo was struggling to keep up. "Not intentionally," Prudence sniffed. "The pelican was supposed to deliver them to Rex Remington's offshore poker game, but Lieutenant Mittens has been running a sardine-based extortion ring on the local seabirds." Lieutenant Mittens licked a paw, with the smug satisfaction of a successful criminal mastermind. The cats have been monitoring the Commodore's operation for months, Prudence continued, removing a flashlight from her pocket. She directed its beam toward the marlin's mouth. "Admiral Whiskers, if you please." The orange tabby leapt with surprising agility onto a bookshelf, then to a mounted barracuda, and finally to the marlin, extracting the blueprints with surgical precision. The plans, when unrolled across a table covered in cat hair and seashell ashtrays, revealed an elaborate schematic for what appeared to be an underwater nightclub? Gumbo squinted. "A smuggling hub," Prudence corrected. "Disguised as Neptune's Nook, half dance club, half rare animal transit station. The Commodore moves endangered species through a series of tunnels beneath the alligator farm, then ships them out through fake souvenir shipments." Lieutenant Mittens batted at a section of the blueprint marked Jellyfish Storage. "That explains the glow-in-the-dark explosion at the marina," Gumbo muttered. A small gray cat with one ear jumped onto the table and deposited a soggy playing card, the Queen of Spades with a phone number scrawled across it in what appeared to be hot sauce. "Sergeant Snuggles intercepted this from one of the Commodore's couriers," Prudence explained, handing Gumbo the card. "It's the entrance code to the underground speakeasy." Gumbo studied the number. How does a cat intercept a playing card? Sergeant Snuggles has a complicated relationship with the local card shark community. He's banned from 7 poker games and has outstanding gambling debts at most of the fish markets. Admiral Whiskers suddenly arched his back, hissing at the window. Outside, a faint mechanical buzzing grew louder. "The mosquito drone," Gumbo realized. "It found me." "Worse," Prudence whispered, peering through shutters shaped like seahorses. "It's the Commodore's hummingbird surveillance squadron. They're armed with miniature tranquilizer darts and have been trained to recognize cat allies." Lieutenant Mittens yowled a command that sent cats scattering to battle stations. Some donned tiny aluminum foil hats, while others manned what appeared to be water gun turrets placed strategically around the lighthouse. "You need to take the blueprints," Prudence insisted, rolling them up and shoving them into Gumbo's hands. "Find Zelda at the Swamp Siren. Her psychic shrimp can translate the rest of the code." "But what about?" "We'll hold them off." She adjusted a bandolier of catnip grenades across her chest. "The Feline Legion has been preparing for this day since the Great Kibble Conspiracy of '97. As if on cue, the lighthouse's ancient foghorn bellowed, a battle cry that sent seagulls scattering across the bay. Gumbo descended the spiral staircase, 3 steps at a time, blueprints clutched to his chest, as behind him 43 cats, 44 counting metaphysical Murray, prepared to defend their fortress against mechanical hummingbirds with surprisingly advanced weaponry. Chapter 12. Those aren't just regular shrimp, honey. They're clairvoyant crustaceans. Found them in a tidal pool during the last blood moon, Zelda Z-Ray, Zinfandel explained, arranging 7 perfectly pink Gulf shrimp in a circle on a cocktail napkin emblazoned with flamingos wearing sunglasses. When properly interrogated, they reveal the secrets of the universe, or at least where criminals hide their poorly conceived master plans. Gumbo Malone watched with fascination mingled with moderate concern for Zelda's mental health, as she sprinkled what appeared to be crushed Doritos over the shrimp. "Is that taco seasoning?" he asked. "Psychic stimulant," Zelda corrected, adjusting her tie-dyed muumuu that glowed faintly under the black light of her houseboat's main cabin. Her iguana, Nietzsche, observed the proceedings from atop a disco ball with what could only be described as existential detachment. "You wouldn't understand the methodology. Very few do." Hurricane Hank chewed thoughtfully on a toothpick while examining the blueprints they'd extracted from the giant taxidermied marlin's left gill. The feral cat sanctuary lighthouse had been an unexpected detour in their investigation, particularly when the self-appointed feline king, a one-eyed tabby wearing a bottle-cap crown, had demanded they solve 3 riddles before allowing them access to the evidence. "MMRRFF," Hank grunted, which Gumbo had come to understand meant either "I've had a breakthrough" or "I have indigestion." Context suggested the former. "Use your words, Hank," Gumbo encouraged. Hurricane Hank pointed at a small marking near what appeared to be an underground tunnel system. "Looks like Gator Farm. Moonshine. Bad combination." Zelda gasped dramatically, causing Nietzsche to scurry sideways across the ceiling like a gecko with commitment issues. "The shrimp are aligning. They're speaking." Gumbo and Hank leaned forward. The shrimp, indeed, appeared to be rearranging themselves into what looked vaguely like an arrow. Or possibly Florida itself, which was redundant since everything in their vicinity was technically Florida. "They're pointing to Gutterball Gus's Gator Gulch and Bowling Emporium," Zelda whispered reverently. "That place has been abandoned since the great bowling ball heist of 2017, Gumbo said, suddenly remembering the notorious case where 300 bowling balls vanished, only to be discovered 6 months later, arranged in a perfect replica of Stonehenge in a remote section of the Everglades. No suspects were ever identified, though local folklore blamed it on a rogue NASA engineer with too much free time." "Not abandoned," Zelda corrected, her eyes rolling back slightly as she communed with her shellfish oracles. "The bowling alley is a front. The real business happens underneath, where the Commodore runs his exotic animal black market through a speakeasy called the Flamingo's Underbelly." "Password protected?" Gumbo asked. "According to my psychic shrimp," Zelda confirmed, now swaying slightly to music only she could hear, "entry requires a perfectly executed belch in the key of F-sharp." Hurricane Hank immediately straightened, a look of rare confidence crossing his mullet-framed face. He patted his stomach proudly. "Hank won the Pan-Florida Competitive Eructation Championship 3 years running," Gumbo explained, as Hank nodded solemnly. His rendition of the national anthem brought tears to Judge's eyes. Or maybe that was just the smell. Outside, the Florida night hummed with mosquitoes the size of hummingbirds, and the distant sound of someone testing whether fireworks and airboats were compatible technologies. Evidence suggested they were not. The blueprints, now fully deciphered thanks to Zelda's unconventional divination methods, revealed a complex network of tunnels beneath the seemingly innocuous Gator Farm, leading to an underground chamber large enough to house a significant smuggling operation. "According to these plans," Gumbo said, tracing a finger along what appeared to be a ventilation shaft, "there's a secret entrance through the men's bathroom, behind a poster of an alligator wearing bowling shoes." "Classic Commodore." Zelda nodded knowingly, though Gumbo suspected she'd never actually met the Commodore and was just maintaining her mystical persona, always hiding his nefarious deeds behind kitsch. Hurricane Hank stood suddenly, nearly upending the shrimp formation, earning a glare from Zelda that could have curdled milk at 50 paces. "Need disguises," he declared, gesturing toward his camouflage overalls that were definitely not appropriate speakeasy attire. Zelda's face transformed with delight. "I've been saving my collection of vintage bowling shirts for just such an occasion." She disappeared into what Gumbo had previously assumed was a closet, but now appeared to be an entire room dedicated to thrift store treasures. When she emerged, she carried 3 bowling shirts so loud they practically screamed. One featured flamingos riding motorcycles, another displayed anthropomorphic alligators drinking martinis, and the third, clearly destined for Hurricane Hank, depicted a sunset over the Everglades rendered entirely in sequins that had seen better decades. "We'll need names," Gumbo said, examining his new flamingo biker identity. "Bowling aliases." "I'll be Melodious Manatee," Zelda declared immediately, suggesting she'd given this entirely too much thought. "Strike Force," Hank grunted, admiring how the sequins caught the light. "I guess that makes me?" "Pin Crusher," Gumbo sighed, already regretting this plan, but seeing no alternatives that didn't involve trained aquatic mammals or competitive citrus peeling. As they prepared to infiltrate the flamingo's underbelly, Gumbo couldn't help but reflect on how quickly his investigation into a missing lawn ornament had spiraled into something involving international smuggling, weather-control devices, and psychic seafood. If only his pie school had offered a course in Florida. Why, nothing makes sense, but everything is connected. The plan was simple. Enter the bowling alley, locate the secret bathroom entrance, have Hurricane Hank belch their way past security, and discover what connected the Commodore to Cornelius, the missing flamingo, the mysterious blueprints, and the army of cats that spoke in riddles. One last thing, Zelda said, pressing something cold and slimy into Gumbo's hand. Emergency backup shrimp. If things go sideways, squeeze it 3 times and ask for guidance. Gumbo pocketed the slightly damp crustacean, hoping sincerely that he wouldn't need to rely on shellfish divination to escape whatever waited below Gutterball Gus's Gator Gulch and Bowling Emporium. Hurricane Hank, meanwhile, was practicing his F-sharp belch by chugging a mixture of root beer and hot sauce that made Gumbo's eyes water from 6 feet away. For Florida, Gumbo said, holding out his hand. For Cornelius, Zelda added, placing her bejeweled palm atop his. BURRRRAAP, contributed Hurricane Hank, which seemed both a practice run and a heartfelt agreement to their impromptu battle cry. Outside, a mosquito drone, disguised as an actual mosquito, captured their entire conversation, transmitting it directly to the Commodore, who watched with amusement while stroking a taxidermied squirrel wearing a tiny admiral's hat. Chapter 13. If God wanted us to navigate underground rivers without being shot at by reptiles with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads, he wouldn't have invented Florida, Gumbo Malone hissed, ducking, as a red beam scorched the air where his left ear had been milliseconds earlier. Hurricane Hank's response was a masterpiece of understatement delivered in his characteristic grunt speak. MMPH. Tuesday. The underground river beneath the Gators and Taters alligator farm gurgled like a septic tank with indigestion. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like nature's dental work gone terribly wrong, occasionally dripping something that smelled suspiciously like a combination of swamp gas and tourist sunscreen. Their inflatable kayak, a faded pink monstrosity shaped like a flamingo that Gumbo had borrowed from Sheriff Brenda's evidence locker, wobbled precariously as another laser beam skimmed the surface of the murky water. Remind me again why we couldn't just walk in through the front door like normal people? Gumbo asked, using a pool noodle to paddle around a particularly aggressive 14-foot gator whose head-mounted laser sight glowed an ominous red in the darkness. Hank gestured emphatically toward a series of bamboo poles that lined the riverbank, each topped with what appeared to be motion-activated speakers. Booby traps. Swamp owl mating calls. And that's bad because attract every horny owl within 5 miles, Hank explained with uncharacteristic verbosity. Last guy triggered one. Found him 2 days later, covered in feathers, speaking in hoots. The underground cavern widened into what could only be described as an unholy marriage between a natural limestone grotto and a 1970s disco that had been designed by someone with a severe mercury poisoning. Black lights illuminated the walls, causing the native phosphorescent cave algae to glow like a bad acid trip. A disco ball fashioned from what appeared to be hundreds of CD-ROMs hung from the ceiling, casting fractured light across the subterranean lagoon. The Commodore has interesting taste in decor, Gumbo observed, eyeing a collection of velvet paintings featuring flamingos in provocative poses. Their target, a shipment of endangered Amazonian tree frogs, was allegedly hidden somewhere in this underground nightclub, according to the blueprints they'd found in the taxidermied marlin's mouth. The frogs were apparently the key ingredient in a new designer drug called hop, which was purportedly like licking a toad, but with the added benefit of being able to taste colors and see sounds. A sudden movement caught Gumbo's eye. In the shadows, a figure dressed in an alligator mascot costume, complete with sequined vest, was tending bar, mixing cocktails with the solemn dedication of a nuclear physicist handling plutonium. "Welcome to the Swamp Disco," the costumed bartender called out in a voice that sounded like Barry White gargling gravel. "Password," Gumbo looked at Hank. Hank looked at Gumbo. "Now would be a good time for that F-sharp belch," Gumbo whispered. Hank nodded, reached into his cargo shorts, and produced a can of Pabst Blue Ribbon that had been aging in his pocket for what smelled like several days. He chugged it in one gulp, closed his eyes in concentration, and produced a belch so perfectly tuned to F-sharp that it caused several bats to lose their grip on the ceiling and plummet into the water. The alligator bartender nodded approvingly. Impressive. Most people need at least 3 beers to hit that note. He reached under the bar and pulled a lever, causing a section of the cave wall to slide open with the sound of ancient machinery desperately in need of WD-40. "The frogs are through there," the bartender said, gesturing with a clawed hand. "But I should warn you, they're guarded by—" "Let me guess," Gumbo interrupted. "More laser-equipped gators." "Worse," the bartender said, his plastic alligator eyes somehow managing to convey genuine concern. "Kevin." "Kevin?" Gumbo and Hank asked in unison. "The Commodore's personal bodyguard. Former Olympic synchronized swimmer gone rogue. Got disqualified from the 2016 Rio Games for excessive splashing and suspected use of performance-enhancing shellfish." Gumbo felt the blood drain from his face. "Synchronized swimming? You've got to be kidding me." Hank patted Gumbo's shoulder sympathetically. "Face fears. Grow stronger." "My fear of synchronized swimming is entirely rational," Gumbo protested. "Have you seen those dead-eyed smiles and perfect hair that stays intact underwater? It's unnatural." The hidden chamber beyond the secret door was a testament to exotic animal smuggling opulence. Glass terrariums lined the walls, each containing frogs of various sizes and colors, from neon blue to radioactive yellow. In the center of the room stood a man whose posture was so perfect it made Gumbo's spine hurt just looking at him. Kevin wore a star-spangled swimsuit that looked like it had been painted on. His hair gelled into a helmet that would make a Lego minifigure jealous. He stood in the ready position, arms extended gracefully overhead, one leg raised at a perfect 90-degree angle. "You're trespassing," Kevin announced, his voice carrying the distinctive nasal quality of someone who had spent too much time with their head underwater. "The Commodore doesn't appreciate uninvited guests." "We're not here for the Commodore," Gumbo said, trying to sound braver than he felt. "We're here for the frogs." Kevin's smile never wavered. "Then you'll have to get through me first." "Can't we just shoot him?" Gumbo whispered to Hank. Hank shook his head. "Too messy. Frog habitat's fragile." "Fine," Gumbo sighed, reaching into his waterproof bag and pulling out a small waterproof speaker. "Then we'll have to fight synchronized swimming with synchronized swimming." Kevin's perfect smile faltered for the first time. "What are you doing?" "Something terrible," Gumbo admitted, pressing play. The opening notes of the Blue Danube Waltz filled the chamber, echoing off the limestone walls. Hank began to move in perfect synchronization with the music, his gator wrestling physique somehow transforming into ballet-like grace. Kevin's eyes widened in horror. That's the Vienna Philharmonic recording. Banned from competition since 1998 for being too provocative. "Exactly," Gumbo said, backing away slowly toward the frog terrariums. "Now, while you two settle this with a synchronized swimming battle, I'll just be over here rescuing these endangered frogs." As Hank and Kevin engaged in the most unlikely underwater dance battle Florida had ever witnessed, Gumbo carefully examined the terrariums. Each frog was tagged with a tiny microchip and a destination label. Exclusive nightclubs in Miami, underground raves in Key West, and even a mega church in Tallahassee that apparently offered spiritual experiences involving communion with the amphibian divine. Gumbo carefully collected the frogs into a specially designed transport container, making sure to maintain their delicate ecosystem. These weren't just any endangered frogs. They were the key to unraveling the Commodore's entire operation. Behind him, the synchronized swimming battle had reached a fever pitch. Hank was performing a flawless underwater somersault, while Kevin attempted to counter with a move called the flamingo in distress. "Time to go," Gumbo called out, securing the frog container. "I've got what we came for." Hank emerged from the water with a grace that belied his bulky frame, leaving Kevin frozen in a pose that would later require significant chiropractic intervention. As they made their escape, navigating the underground river with their precious cargo, Gumbo couldn't help but feel they'd just opened a whole new can of worms, or in this case, frogs. The laser-equipped alligators seemed almost cordial on their way out, as if impressed by the synchronized swimming display they'd just witnessed. "You realize," Gumbo said, as they emerged into the blinding Florida sunlight, "that the Commodore is going to be seriously pissed when he discovers we've stolen his designer drug frogs." Hank grunted philosophically. "Life's short. Consequences long." "Eloquent as always," Gumbo replied, paddling their flamingo kayak toward shore. "Now let's get these frogs to Zelda. If anyone can figure out what the Commodore's planning to do with them, it's a psychic bartender with an iguana named Nietzsche." Chapter 14. "You're telling me a man who owns 17 pairs of alligator skin loafers is secretly working for someone else? That's like saying Jimmy Buffett secretly hates margaritas." Gumbo Malone squinted at the underground river map that was still dripping with swamp water and decorated with what appeared to be fluorescent algae. Hank Hurricane Higgins, his mullet now singed from their narrow escape through the laser-equipped gator gauntlet, nodded solemnly. "Saw it with my own 2 eyes, man." Rex was talking orders like a busboy at the shrimp shack during tourist season. They were holed up in the back room of Zelda's swamp siren houseboat, where the walls were lined with mason jars containing what Zelda claimed were emotional essences but smelled suspiciously like moonshine infused with mangrove bark. Nietzsche, the iguana, watched from atop a stack of conspiracy theory magazines, his judging eyes following Gumbo's every move. "The Commodore's got Rex by the short hairs," Hank continued, bandaging a wound suspiciously shaped like a treble clef. "Overheard him arguing in the underground frog room. Rex was all like, 'I built my empire on my own,' and the Commodore just laughed like a dolphin on nitrous." Gumbo paced the floor, his thoughts racing faster than a jet ski with a rocket strapped to it. But why would Rex Remington, a man who once tried to buy the governor's mansion and turn it into a golf pro shop, take orders from anyone? The door burst open with the subtlety of a flamingo in a penguin exhibit. Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel entered, her hair arranged in a style that suggested either artistic genius or a recent electrocution. She was carrying a tray of drinks that changed color with each step she took. "The stars have aligned," she announced, placing the tray down with a flourish that sent Nietzsche scurrying for cover. "I've consulted the psychic shrimp, and they've revealed everything." "Everything?" Gumbo asked, accepting a drink that had already cycled through 3 colors and was now settling on a shade best described as radioactive mango. "Well, everything except next week's lottery numbers and why people still buy white carpet in Florida," Zelda clarified. She unrolled a damp napkin on which she'd sketched what appeared to be a corporate organization chart. If corporations were run by deranged octopi with a fondness for illustrated margins. "Rex Remington isn't just any puppet," Zelda explained, tapping the napkin with a cocktail stirrer that had a tiny plastic flamingo attached to it. "He's what we in the psychic bartending community call a front man with a mortgage problem." Gumbo studied the chart, which somehow managed to incorporate both business logistics and what appeared to be predictions for hurricane season. "You're saying Rex is broke?" "Broker than a pelican with a hole in its beak," Zelda confirmed. "His last 6 resort developments were nothing but shells. Literal shells. He's been building condos out of collected seashells and hope." Hurricane Hank snorted. "Figures. Man wears gator loafers, but can't tell a gator from a crocodile. Once saw him try to wrestle what he thought was a baby gator. Turned out to be a pool noodle with googly eyes." A knock at the window startled them. Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield peered in, her taser nervously twitching in its holster. Even in the dim light, Gumbo could see the outline of a snow globe bulging in her uniform pocket. "You need to see this," she said, her voice as serious as a manatee warning sign. "Found it in Rex's office when I was pretending to be interested in buying swampland futures." She produced a USB drive shaped like a miniature tiki torch. Gumbo plugged it into Zelda's ancient laptop, which wheezed to life like an asthmatic pelican. The screen flickered, revealing a PowerPoint presentation titled Operation Flamingo Fallout, Making Florida Great Again Through Strategic Weather Manipulation and Excessive Neon. "Mother of mangroves," Gumbo whispered. Slide after slide revealed the Commodore's master plan, a 300-foot flamingo-shaped tower that would house both a casino and a weather control device capable of redirecting hurricanes. Rex Remington's resorts would mysteriously be spared from every storm, while competing properties would be devastated. "That's why they needed the endangered Amazonian tree frogs," Brenda explained. "Their secretions, when properly processed, create a compound that can influence barometric pressure." "And the GPS anklet on Cornelius the flamingo?" Gumbo asked. "Test subject," Brenda said grimly. "They're using flamingos to map wind patterns. Cornelius escaped before they could download the data." Hurricane Hank pointed to a slide showing what appeared to be a military-grade weather balloon disguised as an oversized lawn ornament. "This explains the shipment of pink paint I tracked to the abandoned mini-golf course." Zelda gasped dramatically, causing her earrings, which appeared to be tiny dried pufferfish, to sway hypnotically. The psychic shrimp foretold this. They kept arranging themselves in the shape of Florida, being attacked by a giant pink bird. Gumbo's mind raced. If the Commodore succeeded, he'd control not just the tourism industry, but the entire state's weather patterns. Property values would plummet except for Rex's developments, allowing the Commodore to buy up the coast for pennies on the dollar. "We need to move fast," Gumbo decided, draining his now purple drink. "Brenda, can you get us into Rex's upcoming gala at the Pelican Bay Country Club?" Brenda's hand twitched toward her snow globe collection. "I'm judging their ice sculpture contest. Theme is Florida wildlife that won't kill you, so it's a very small competition." "Perfect," Gumbo said. "Zelda, we'll need disguises. Hank, can you still hotwire a golf cart?" Hurricane Hank grinned, revealing a gold tooth that caught the light like a beacon. "Can a gator sunbathe? I once hotwired an entire fleet during the Lake Okeechobee Seniors Tournament. Created a synchronized golf cart ballet that's still talked about in hushed tones." Gumbo nodded, studying the final slide of the presentation, a photo of Rex Remington shaking hands with a shadowy figure whose face was obscured but whose distinctive flamingo-shaped cufflinks gleamed in the flash. "It's time to meet the real puppet master," Gumbo announced. "And maybe return a certain prize-winning flamingo to its rightful owner." Outside, the Florida night hummed with the sound of cicadas, distant airboat engines, and what might have been the mating call of a confused manatee. A storm was brewing, both literally and figuratively, and somewhere in the darkness the Commodore was watching, waiting, planning, unaware that his weather-controlling flamingo empire was about to face a Category 5 hurricane named Gumbo Malone. Nietzsche, the iguana, perhaps sensing the impending chaos, closed his eyes and appeared to sigh philosophically. In Florida, even the reptiles knew. Existential dread was just another sunset away. Chapter 15. You know what's worse than being stranded on a sandbar in the middle of a Category 2 hurricane, Gumbo? Being stranded on a sandbar with nothing but a deflated pool noodle and the knowledge that your ex-girlfriend was right about your terrible taste in women. Gumbo Malone stared at the rapidly darkening sky as the last glimpse of Violet Azur's cigarette boat disappeared into the mangroves. The vessel, a garish purple monstrosity with azure horizons painted in electric blue, left behind a wake that slapped against his shins like a disappointed grandmother. "Well, this is just peachy," he muttered, extracting a soggy pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket. The pack contained exactly 2 cigarettes, both bent like question marks, and a tiny plastic flamingo that had once adorned a margarita at Zelda's Swamp Siren. 10 hours earlier, Violet had pressed her fishnet-covered leg against his beneath a table at the Gator's Gullet Cafe, her hammerhead shark purse watching him accusingly from beside her coconut daiquiri. "I need a man who isn't afraid of deep water," she had whispered, her breath scented with key lime and deception. Now, as the sky turned the color of a week-old bruise, Gumbo realized the deep water she'd been referring to was the metaphorical kind, specifically the kind that involved betrayal, double-crossing, and leaving a private investigator stranded on a sandbar with nothing but his wits and a half-empty bottle of SPF 75 sunscreen. The revelation that Violet was an underwater basket weaver hadn't surprised him as much as learning she was working with the Commodore. The flash drive she'd slipped him, supposedly containing evidence of Rex's illegal activities, had actually been filled with nothing but 700 different recipes for conch fritters and a PowerPoint presentation on the mating habits of horseshoe crabs. Classic misdirection, Gumbo sighed, attempting to light a cigarette despite the wind that seemed determined to personally insult him. "I should have known when she insisted on taking me to that underwater interpretive dance performance of The Old Man and the Sea." A pelican landed nearby, its expression suggesting it had seen this particular brand of human stupidity before and remained unimpressed. "Don't judge me," Gumbo told the bird. "You probably fall for shiny lures all the time." The pelican regurgitated a partially digested fish in what Gumbo could only interpret as a scathing critique of his detective skills. He surveyed his kingdom, approximately 12 square feet of gradually shrinking sandbar, 3 discarded beer cans that had washed up from civilization, and a single flip-flop bearing the slogan, "Florida, where weird goes to get weirder." The tide was coming in, and unless he developed gills in the next hour, Gumbo Malone was going to become part of the local marine ecosystem. He'd already named the shark that would eventually find him, Reggie, and was composing his obituary mentally when a sound like an asthmatic wail caught his attention. "H-O-O-N-K, wheeze honk." A periscope broke the surface of the water, slowly rotating until it pointed directly at him. Gumbo froze, cigarette dangling from his lip, as the water around the periscope began to bubble. "Sweet, merciful margarita mixers," he breathed, as a contraption that looked like the unholy offspring of a 1950s submarine and a mobile home emerged from the depths. The vessel, if one could call it that without insulting actual vessels, was covered in barnacles, string lights, and what appeared to be a collection of garden gnomes secured with marine-grade epoxy. A hatch on top opened with a sound like a walrus with digestive issues, and a head appeared. The head belonged to a man who seemed to have confused retirement with descent into maritime madness. A scraggly beard contained enough debris to qualify as its own ecosystem, while a captain's hat adorned with fishing lures and bottle caps sat at a jaunty angle atop a sunburned scalp. "Ahoy there, Castaweirdian," the man called, producing a kazoo from somewhere within his beard, and playing what might have been a sea shanty if sea shanties were composed by cats running across pianos. "Welcome to my humble stretch of sovereign ocean." You live here?" Gumbo asked, his cigarette finally surrendering to gravity and falling into the encroaching tide. "Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael, at your service." The man executed a bow that nearly sent him tumbling back into his hatch. Former NASA engineer, part-time conch salesman, full-time sovereign citizen of the Republic of Neptunistan. Gumbo eyed the vessel. "That's a submarine." "Submarine. Submarine." Captain Carl produced the kazoo again, this time playing what sounded like an indignant funeral march. "The SS Manatee Magnifico is a fully autonomous underwater recreational vehicle with optional amphibious capabilities and a built-in karaoke system." As if to demonstrate, the vessel emitted a grinding noise, and a pair of mechanical legs unfolded from its underside, lifting it further out of the water in a manner that suggested marine engineering, had taken a hard left turn into the surreal. "I'm gonna need a ride," Gumbo said, eyeing the increasingly small patch of sand beneath his feet. Captain Carl's eyes narrowed. "Password. Password. Can't just let any old landlubber aboard. Security protocols. Homeland security. Mermaids. They're always watching." Each exclamation was punctuated by a kazoo toot that grew progressively more paranoid. Gumbo considered his options. The tide was coming in faster now, and Reggie the shark was probably checking his watch. Flamingo? Incorrect. Captain Carl blew a raspberry through his kazoo. "Try again." "The Commodore." The kazoo dropped. Captain Carl's eyes widened to the approximate size of sand dollars. "You're here about the Commodore? Well, why didn't you say so? Get aboard, you magnificent landlubber." A rope ladder unfurled from the side of the Manatee Magnifico, adorned with what appeared to be Christmas lights and tiny ornamental crabs. As Gumbo climbed aboard, Captain Carl began a running commentary on the vessel's features, occasionally interrupting himself to play what might have been Yellow Submarine on his kazoo, if Yellow Submarine had been written by someone suffering from severe dehydration. "So," Gumbo said once he'd been ushered into the submarine's interior, a space that looked like a tiki bar had collided with a ham radio station during a hurricane, "you know about the Commodore?" Captain Carl's eyes darted around the cramped space. "No, him. I designed his weather control device. Before I realized he was using my genius for evil." The last word was accompanied by a kazoo blast that made Gumbo's fillings vibrate. "Weather control device?" Gumbo asked, accepting a glass of something that tasted like coconut rum filtered through a sock. "The giant flamingo statue. It's not just a gaudy tourist trap. It's a fully operational weather manipulation system designed to create localized storm systems that will drive down coastal property values. Then, boom, the Commodore swoops in, buys everything for pennies, and rebuilds as luxury condos." As Captain Carl launched into a detailed explanation involving barometric pressure, flamingo aesthetics, and real estate fraud, Gumbo felt the familiar tingle of a case breaking open like a coconut dropped from a significant height. Violet's betrayal. Rex's blueprints. The Commodore's obsession with flamingos. It was all starting to make a twisted, Florida-shaped kind of sense. Now all he needed was to get back to the mainland, find Brenda, and convince her that his ex-girlfriend's competitive underwater basket weaving habit was actually a cover for the most elaborate real estate scam in Florida history. Chapter 16. Nothing says "I've hit rock bottom" quite like eating expired beef jerky with a man who thinks kazoos are the future of secure communication, Gumbo muttered, gnawing on what might have once been teriyaki-flavored protein. Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael nodded sagely, his kazoo dangling from a hemp necklace alongside various shark teeth, and what appeared to be the rusted ignition key to a 1974 Oldsmobile. The repurposed submarine, formerly a research vessel, now a floating testament to paranoia and ingenuity, bobbed gently in the Gulf waters. "Beats BWAAP," Carl replied through his kazoo, which according to his homemade translation pamphlet meant either "the jerky improves with age" or "my left kidney is plotting against me." Gumbo checked his watch, a waterproof model he'd won in a conch fritter eating contest that had cost him 3 days of digestive integrity. The sandbar where Violet had abandoned him was now completely submerged, his dignity along with it. "We need to get back to Cedar Key," Gumbo said, brushing sand from his shorts. "I've got a Commodore to catch and a flamingo-related conspiracy to unravel." Carl's eyes widened. He fumbled for his kazoo, producing a series of sounds that would make a dying accordion seem melodious. He pointed frantically at a laminated map taped to the submarine's interior, where red X's marked what appeared to be underwater surveillance spots. "You've been tracking the Commodore?" Gumbo asked, his investigative instincts perking up like a sunburned tourist spotting a discount mojito. Carl nodded vigorously, his sun-bleached mullet, which had achieved sentience sometime during the Reagan administration, swaying independently. He rummaged through a waterproof filing cabinet labeled CONSPIRACIES, confirmed, and produced a folder bulging with photographs, news clippings, and napkins covered in elaborate drawings of flamingos wearing what appeared to be tiny surveillance equipment. "This is actually impressive," Gumbo admitted, flipping through surveillance photos of the Commodore's operation. "How'd you get these?" Carl tapped his nose knowingly, then pointed to a periscope modified with what looked like a disposable camera duct-taped to the eyepiece. Florida ingenuity at its finest. The submarine's radio crackled to life, an equipment setup that would make NASA engineers weep and ham radio enthusiasts question their life choices. Through the static, a familiar voice emerged. "Competitive Sandcastle Championship proceeds as planned. Judges arriving at 2 p.m. Undercover Operation Flamingo fiasco in effect. All units maintain position. Sheriff Butterfield out." Gumbo nearly choked on his jerky. "Brenda's working undercover?" Carl nodded, producing a newspaper clipping showing Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield accepting a trophy for her sandcastle, Justice on the Half Shell, a remarkably detailed sculpture of the courthouse being attacked by a kraken made entirely of sand and crushed beer cans. "She's infiltrated the Commodore's operation through competitive sandcastle architecture." Gumbo's voice rose an octave. "That's actually brilliant." The pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind, like a jigsaw puzzle assembled by a caffeinated squirrel. The Commodore's weather control device. The flamingo sanctuary. The exotic animal smuggling. It all centered around the annual Gulf Coast Sandcastle Championship, where millions in tourism dollars, and apparently contraband, changed hands under the guise of elaborate sand sculptures. "We need to get to that beach," Gumbo declared. "Now." Carl's eyes gleamed with the intensity of a man who'd prepared his entire life for this moment. He slapped a captain's hat on his head, saluted an imaginary admiral, and began furiously playing his kazoo while pressing buttons on a control panel that appeared to be cobbled together from an old microwave, a broken boombox, and what might have been parts from a disassembled Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. The submarine lurched forward, propelled by an engine that sounded like a blender full of silverware, mating with a motorcycle. As they navigated the coastal waters, Carl produced a set of binoculars and gestured for Gumbo to look toward the shore. Through the lenses, Gumbo could see the beach transformed into a sandcastle battleground. Elaborate structures rose from the shoreline. A sand replica of the Taj Mahal, a to-scale model of the Eiffel Tower, and what appeared to be an anatomically correct sand sculpture of Bigfoot riding a dolphin. Among the competitors, Brenda moved with purpose, her badge hidden beneath a Sand Happens t-shirt, her regulation sidearm replaced by a set of professional-grade sand sculpting tools. She was working on what appeared to be a massive flamingo, its interior suspiciously hollow. "She's building a Trojan flamingo," Gumbo whispered in awe. Carl nodded, his expression suggesting this was exactly the kind of tactical brilliance he'd expect from a woman who once arrested a man for impersonating a manatee during manatee mating season. As they approached the shore, Gumbo spotted familiar faces among the crowd. Zelda, her interpretive dance movements disguised as enthusiasm for sand art. Hank, his mullet tucked under a sandcastle security cap, patrolling the perimeter with a clipboard and a suspicious bulge that suggested his emergency gator wrestling kit was on standby. And there, judging the competition from a throne-like chair made of driftwood and what appeared to be repurposed crab traps, sat the Commodore himself, a man whose white linen suit and captain's hat couldn't disguise the menace in his eyes or the flamingo-shaped lapel pin that Gumbo now recognized as a miniature communication device. Carl brought the submarine to a halt just offshore, hidden behind a conveniently placed abandoned jet ski rental platform. He produced a waterproof bag containing disguises, 2 sandcastle enthusiast t-shirts, a pair of binoculars with a built-in flask, and what appeared to be fake mustaches made from actual sea urchin spines. "Perfect," Gumbo said, donning the disguise. "Time to build some sandcastles and take down a criminal empire." Carl gave him a solemn nod, then played a kazoo rendition of what might have been Eye of the Tiger, or possibly just the sound of a kazoo having an existential crisis. As they waded to shore, Gumbo couldn't help but smile. In Florida, even the most elaborate criminal conspiracies eventually washed up on the beach, just like everything else. And today, the Commodore was about to learn that sometimes justice came in the form of a disgraced pie with sand in his shoes and a submariner who spoke kazoo. The sandcastle competition was about to get extremely competitive. Chapter 17. "You look like a pool noodle, ate a retirement community, and then threw up at a Key West Pride parade," Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael observed, tilting his head sideways as he circled Gumbo. Gumbo Malone stood encased in a costume constructed of day-glow pink and orange pool noodles, strategically zip-tied around his torso, to form what someone with severe cataracts and an active imagination might consider a flamingo silhouette. His legs were covered in what appeared to be fluorescent fishing waders, and the makeshift flamingo head attached to his ball cap bobbed with unsettling enthusiasm whenever he moved. "You're one to talk," Gumbo shot back. "You look like Jimmy Buffett's roadie got lost in a tackle shop during a hurricane." Crankshaft adjusted his disguise, a haphazard arrangement of fishing lures doubling as epaulettes, a grass skirt made entirely of chartreuse fishing line, and a hat festooned with enough corks to float a small child. "This, my hydrophobic friend, is what we call tactical Margaritaville. The Commodore's security goons won't look twice at another drunk parrot head." The entire gang had assembled in Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel's houseboat, which smelled like a curious blend of sage, rum, and what Zelda insisted was psychic residue, but what Gumbo suspected was Nietzsche the iguana's territorial marking. Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield emerged from Zelda's bathroom wearing a sequined dress that reflected enough light to temporarily blind small aircraft pilots. Her nervous tick was in overdrive, her hand twitching toward where her taser would normally sit, now replaced by a flamingo-shaped clutch purse that could, knowing Brenda, still probably incapacitate someone. "I look ridiculous," she hissed. "Actually," drawled Hank Hurricane Higgins, emerging from behind a beaded curtain, "you look exactly like every tourist who's ever bought property in Florida without checking the flood zone maps first." Hank's disguise was perhaps the most disturbing. He had painted his entire torso the exact shade of pink as the Commodore's Flamingo Casino, adorned his legendary mullet with tropical flowers, and wore pants featuring a pattern that could only be described as "retiree on acid discovers hibiscus." A large, obviously fake tattoo reading "I Flamingos" stretched across his chest. The Commodore's security consists of ex-Navy SEALs who failed psyche evals and former bouncers from that strip club in Tampa where all the dancers dress like famous Florida headlines, Brenda explained, consulting a notepad filled with official-looking doodles. Zelda glided into the room in a dress made entirely of woven palm fronds and what appeared to be actual live air plants. Nietzsche, the iguana, rode on her shoulder, wearing tiny sunglasses and what might have been a miniature bow tie. "I have communed with the spirits of the swamp," she announced, wiggling her fingers dramatically. "The cosmos has provided our entry method." "Is it the front door?" Gumbo asked. "No, yes, actually. But spiritually enhanced," Zelda frowned. "We'll enter as the Jimmy Buffett tribute band, the Sons of Sailors. I've arranged everything through my cousin Moonbeam, who dates the Commodore's personal chef." "We're not musicians," Brenda pointed out, practical as always. "Correction," Zelda countered. "We're terrible musicians, which is perfect cover. Have you heard most Jimmy Buffett cover bands? Authenticity demands mediocrity." Babs' bikini Botox Butterfield burst through the door, her makeup applied with what appeared to be both enthusiasm and poor depth perception. She carried a birdcage containing what looked suspiciously like a regular pink flamingo lawn ornament with googly eyes glued to it. "I've trained my decoy Cornelius," she announced. "He'll create the diversion." Gumbo decided not to point out that plastic flamingos generally required less training than their living counterparts, and instead focused on the blueprints of the flamingo-shaped casino spread across Zelda's tarot card table. "The Commodore will be in the flamingo's head," he explained, tapping the architectural eyeball of the building. "That's where he keeps his office, overlooking the main casino floor. According to Violet's intel, before she betrayed you and left you to die on a sandbar," Brenda helpfully interjected. "Yes, thank you for the reminder," Gumbo continued. "The real smuggling manifests are kept in a safe behind a painting of, what else, a flamingo. Classic villain decor choices." Captain Crankshaft produced a bizarre contraption from his sea bag, a combination of what appeared to be a coconut, some wiring, and a child's toy microphone. "My proprietary kazoo amplification system," he explained with deadly seriousness. "We'll use this to communicate once inside." The plan, as they reviewed it, sounded completely absurd, which meant it had exactly the right level of chaotic Florida energy to potentially succeed. The Jimmy Buffett cover band, Sons of Sailors, would perform on the casino's coral reef stage, creating a distraction while Brenda used her undercover credentials to access the employee areas. Meanwhile, Gumbo would infiltrate the Commodore's office disguised as a flamingo-themed cocktail server, with Babs creating a secondary diversion by releasing her trained plastic flamingo in the main lobby. The parrots, 5 multicolored birds with surprisingly good pitch, sat in a row on Zelda's breakfast bar, occasionally squawking phrases like "fins to the left" and "salt, salt, salt," as they loaded the equipment into Hank's airboat. Modified to resemble a giant floating cheeseburger for the occasion, Gumbo felt the familiar Florida pie sensation. Complete certainty that their plan was absolutely insane, coupled with the strange confidence that in a state where reality was optional, insanity was actually a tactical advantage. "You know," Crankshaft said, adjusting his fake beard made of what appeared to be shredded bar napkins, "in any other state we'd be considered criminally deranged." "In Florida," Gumbo replied, strapping on a ukulele he couldn't play, "we're just Tuesday." The Flamingo Casino loomed in the distance, a monstrous pink abomination perched on the edge of the Gulf like a plastic lawn ornament designed by an architect with both ambition and poor taste. Its neon pink lights reflected off the water, creating a glow that could probably be seen from space, or at minimum from the Coast Guard patrol boats that routinely monitored these waters for precisely this flavor of Florida madness. As they approached the dock, a security guard with a neck thicker than most people's torsos and a salmon-colored suit eyed them suspiciously. "Sons of Sailors," he grunted. "You're late." "Island time, brother," Hank replied, flashing a peace sign and nearly dropping his steel drums. The guards squinted at their gear, particularly at Nietzsche the iguana, who was now wearing tiny maracas attached to his front legs. "What's with the lizard?" "Percussion section," Zelda replied without missing a beat. "Very big in Key West right now." As they shuffled past security toward the staff entrance, Gumbo caught sight of their target, the Commodore himself, resplendent in a white suit with flamingo pink pinstripes, surveying his domain from a balcony shaped like a flamingo's beak. "Positions," Gumbo whispered into Crankshaft's coconut communication device. "And remember, if anyone asks, we know absolutely nothing about trained hermit crabs, exotic animal smuggling, or why that plastic flamingo is wearing a tiny explosive vest." "Wait, what?" Brenda's voice crackled through the device. But it was too late. The Sons of Sailors were about to take the stage, and the night's absurdity was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 18. "That's not a blimp. That's my mother-in-law," shouted a confused tourist from Nebraska as the Commodore's escape vehicle, a 30-foot inflatable manatee with jet propulsion, rose majestically above the palm trees. Gumbo Malone watched in dismay as the villain ascended, trailing a shower of glitter that sparkled in the late afternoon sunlight like a disco ball exploding in slow motion. The manatee's painted-on eyes seemed to mock him with their vacant stare. "Son of a conch shell," Gumbo muttered, brushing iridescent particles from his Hawaiian shirt. "He's got a getaway manatee." "Of course he does." Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael squinted upward through a pair of binoculars, fashioned from 2 empty rum bottles taped to a set of neon green swim goggles. "He's heading east-southeast at approximately 12 knots. Wind's coming off the Gulf. He'll be over the mangroves in approximately 7 minutes." "How can you possibly know that?" Hurricane Hank Higgins asked, his mullet quivering with skepticism. 30 years as a submarine captain teaches you things," Crankshaft replied, adjusting the kazoo hanging around his neck on a lanyard woven from unraveled fishing net. "Also, there's a GPS tracker on my phone." Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel emerged from the casino's seafood buffet, her arms loaded with shrimp cocktail and crab legs. Nietzsche, the iguana, perched on her shoulder, wearing a tiny fedora made from folded cocktail napkins. "I had a vision while standing next to the ice sculpture," she announced, performing a quick, interpretive shimmy that indicated either profound psychic insight or moderate indigestion. "The Commodore keeps a secondary headquarters inside an abandoned Mermaid show theater at Weeki Wachee Springs. That place has been closed for renovations for 3 years, Brenda Bullet Butterfield said, holstering her taser after accidentally shocking a decorative pineapple. "But the county budget records show someone's been paying utility bills." Gumbo's brain cells collided like bumper cars at a demolition derby. The perfect cover. Who questions why an underwater mermaid theater uses so much electricity? "We need transportation," Hank grunted, already heading for the marina with the determined stride of a man who had once wrestled an alligator while suffering from a hangover and acute sunburn simultaneously. Waiting for them at the dock was Babs Bikini Botox Butterfield, wearing a flamingo pink tracksuit and enough gold jewelry to sink a small dinghy. Next to her stood Cornelius the flamingo, now sporting not only his monocle, but also a tiny bow tie and what appeared to be custom-made water wings. "I've been monitoring your investigation through Cornelius's GPS ankle bracelet," Babs explained, gesturing to a pink yacht behind her that had been customized to resemble a giant floating flamingo. "The Flamingo Flamboyance is fueled up and ready. Top speed 60 knots. "Why does your boat have rocket launchers?" Brenda asked, eyeing the modified hardware with professional concern. "They're champagne cannons, dear," Babs corrected, patting her immobile hairdo. "For regatta celebrations. But yes, in a pinch, they could probably take down a manatee blimp." Within minutes, they were skimming across the Gulf waters, the Flamingo Flamboyance leaving a wake of pink-tinted foam, thanks to what Babs described as cosmetic water enhancers. Cornelius stood at the bow like a feathered figurehead, his single leg extended dramatically, beak pointed toward their destination. "Hard to port," Captain Carl shouted, the kazoo around his neck emitting a startled bleat as he yanked the wheel. The yacht swerved, narrowly avoiding a floating hot tub occupied by 3 retirees playing water Yahtzee. "Sorry about that," Gumbo called back as the seniors shook their fists in synchronized outrage, dice flying in all directions. Zelda, who had been communing with Nietzsche in the galley, emerged with a nautical chart covered in mysterious symbols drawn in hot sauce. "The psychic currents are strong tonight," she announced, performing a complex series of hand gestures that resembled someone trying to dislodge a jellyfish from their swimsuit. "The Commodore plans to auction off his exotic animal collection at midnight to an exclusive clientele. Password for entry is Flamingo Fandango." As the Weeki Wachee Springs attraction came into view, its retro 1950s signage faded but still visible in the gathering dusk, Gumbo assembled his team on the deck. "Our advantage is that the Commodore thinks he's escaped," Gumbo explained, spreading out the hot sauce chart next to a plate of conch fritters that Hank was methodically demolishing. "He won't expect us to crash his auction." Zelda and Brenda, You'll pose as wealthy exotic pet collectors from Monaco. I've got just the outfit, Zelda declared, disappearing below deck only to return moments later wearing a caftan made entirely of seashells and fishing lures. Hank and Captain Carl, you'll create a distraction by posing as rival auctioneers setting up a competing event. Hank nodded solemnly, his mullet bobbing in the sea breeze. I still have my auctioneer's license from that time I sold seized speedboats for the DEA. And what about me? Babs asked, already applying another layer of waterproof mascara, using Cornelius as a makeup mirror stand. You and Cornelius are our secret weapons, Gumbo said, his expression as serious as a man who just realized his last bottle of hot sauce was empty. You'll pose as the world's only flamingo choreographer, offering to stage a performance for the Commodore's grand finale. As darkness fell, they approached the abandoned attraction from the water entrance once used by the Mermaid performers. Captain Carl deployed a small inflatable dinghy shaped inexplicably like a giant flip-flop. These were very popular in the submarine community, he explained, responding to their questioning looks. Stealth technology. Above them, the Commodore's manatee blimp was now tethered to the roof of the Mermaid Theater, its bulbous form silhouetted against the rising moon like a sea cow trying to impersonate a dirigible. Showtime, Gumbo whispered as they paddled silently toward the underwater stage entrance. Remember, we're not just saving exotic animals and bringing down a criminal mastermind. We're also preventing the construction of a giant, neon-lit flamingo statue that doubles as a weather control device, Zelda finished, nodding sagely as Nietzsche adjusted his fedora. Florida, Brenda sighed, checking her taser, where the weird isn't just a possibility, it's guaranteed with a money-back warranty. As they slipped into the underwater theater entrance, a school of confused mullet parted before them like piscine curtains. Somewhere in the distance, a dolphin laughed. Or maybe it was the Commodore. In Florida, it was often hard to tell the difference. Chapter 19. Sweet mother of Jimmy Buffett's lost flip-flop. Is that man wearing a shrimp costume with a tactical utility belt? Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel hissed, ducking behind an inflatable crab mascot, advertising all-you-can-eat seafood for $19.95. The Gulf Coast Seafood Festival sprawled across Cedar Key's waterfront like a drunken octopus, tentacles of pop-up tents, food trucks, and questionable nautical-themed carnival games extending in every direction. A band called the Barnacle Scrapers murdered Jimmy Buffett classics on a stage constructed entirely of recycled lobster traps, while vendors hawked everything from deep-fried grouper cheeks to artisanal jellyfish jewelry. Gumbo Malone adjusted his binoculars, focusing on the 6-foot pink shrimp currently making a beeline for the judges' table of the Miss Crustacean pageant. That's no ordinary seafood mascot, Gumbo confirmed. Look at the pincers. Carbon fiber. And those eye stalks are definitely surveillance equipment. Hurricane Hank grunted ominously, communicating volumes of suspicion through his uniquely evolved language of nonverbal throat sounds. He'd accessorized today's mullet with tiny seashell clips that clacked together when he moved, creating a primitive early warning system. I speak shrimp, Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield declared, chambering a round into her custom-painted taser, emblazoned with "Voltage is my love language." 2 summers at Red Lobster during college. Those bastards can't hide their secrets from me. The Commodore's escape in the manatee blimp had left chaos in its wake, namely 6 trained henchmen disguised as various seafood mascots infiltrating the festival with military precision and concerning amounts of concealed weaponry. Their mission, according to the scrap of cocktail napkin Nietzsche the iguana had recovered from a dumpster behind the flamingo-shaped casino, involved something called Operation Prawn Star. We need a distraction, Gumbo muttered, scanning the festival grounds. His eyes landed on a booth where a sunburnt man in fishing waders was emceeing what appeared to be competitive hermit crab racing. Zelda exclaimed, her psychic abilities manifesting as an interpretive dance that resembled someone trying to escape quicksand while simultaneously applying sunscreen. That's Lester Lightning Shell Lipinski, FBI, undercover. He's been investigating the Commodore for 3 years, disguised as a hermit crab enthusiast. How could you possibly know that? Gumbo demanded. Zelda jingled the crystal-embedded tambourine, dangling from her hemp belt. The crabs told me. Also, we dated briefly in 2017 after meeting at an underwater basket-weaving retreat in the Everglades. Man's got issues with commitment and excessive use of Old Spice, but he's solid. Of course the crabs told you, Gumbo sighed, reaching for the emergency flask of fermented mangrove honey mead he kept in his left boot specifically for moments when Florida reality bent just a little too far. A loudspeaker crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare your taste buds for the ultimate showdown. Chum Bucket Challenge starts in 5 minutes at the main pavilion. Hurricane Hank made a noise like a startled manatee, encountering an outboard motor, pointing frantically toward the food pavilion where the 6 seafood-costumed henchmen were now converging, each carrying what appeared to be insulated coolers. They're making their move, Brenda hissed, her right eye twitching in the specific way it did when she was contemplating righteous violence or thinking about her snow globe collection. The judges of the Chum Bucket Challenge are all coastal developers with connections to environmental permits the Commodore needs. Gumbo's mind raced faster than a retiree spotting the early bird special sign, flipping to open. Z-Ray, get to Lightning Shell. We need those racing crabs. Hank, remember that thing with the propane tank and the beach umbrella we did in Key West? Time for a sequel. Hank grinned maniacally, revealing teeth that had been professionally shaped to resemble various Florida landmarks, and vanished into the crowd with surprising stealth for a man wearing alligator skin chaps and a t-shirt that read, "Swamp Life Chose Me." Gumbo and Brenda moved toward the pavilion, weaving through tourists wearing shirts declaring they'd got crabs in Cedar Key, and locals engaged in heated debates about proper hush-puppy consistency. They watched as a giant shrimp henchman carefully positioned his cooler beneath the judge's table, adjusting what appeared to be a timer. Classic bottom-dwelling scum, Brenda muttered. Using a seafood festival as cover for assassination. It's like they're not even trying to be original anymore. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the hermit crab racing booth. Zelda had apparently convinced Lightning Shell Lipinski of the imminent danger through what appeared to be an elaborate pantomime involving a squirt gun, 3 pool noodles, and an impromptu seance. Now, approximately 50 hermit crabs were scuttling across the festival grounds, each wearing tiny bedazzled racing numbers and causing chaos as festival-goers leapt out of their path. "Release the special sauce," someone screamed from the vicinity of the conch fritter stand, followed immediately by an explosion of orange liquid that smelled suspiciously like a marriage between Tabasco and suntan lotion. On cue, Hurricane Hank appeared atop the dolphin conservation tent, brandishing a modified t-shirt cannon now loaded with what appeared to be frozen mullet. His war cry, a sound not unlike a garbage disposal attempting to process a pineapple, echoed across the festival as he opened fire on the seafood-costumed assassins. Pandemonium ensued. The band switched inexplicably to a ska version of Under the Sea as the first mullet missile found its target, knocking the head clean off a costumed lobster to reveal a man with a face tattoo reading Crustacean Nation. FBI. Everyone down. Lightning Shell bellowed, ripping off his fishing waders to reveal cargo shorts with an improbable number of pockets and a tactical fanny pack. He brandished a badge in one hand and what appeared to be a championship hermit crab in the other. These shellfish are harboring criminals. The exposed henchmen scattered, abandoning their coolers and making a break for the marina. One unfortunate soul, dressed as a blue crab, tried to scuttle sideways through the crowd, maintaining disturbing character commitment even while fleeing federal agents. Gumbo dove beneath the judge's table, examining the abandoned cooler. Inside was not a bomb as expected, but something far more sinister, blackmail dossiers on each environmental official, paired with exotic wildlife contraband that would be conveniently discovered in their possession if they refused the Commodore's demands. Classic Florida environmental corruption with a side of endangered species trafficking, Gumbo declared, holding up a stunned baby sea turtle wearing a tiny tracking device. The Commodore was going to frame them, then swoop in with his development plans once they were discredited. A heavily mustached man in seersucker shorts and a judge sash grabbed Gumbo's arm, eyes wide with panic. "Son, I don't know who you are, but there's more going on here than shrimp and circumstances. The Commodore isn't just after building permits. He's after the ultimate prize." The man thrust a folded napkin into Gumbo's hand, before being swept away by a crowd fleeing from what appeared to be Hurricane Hank, now riding an inflatable alligator pool float like a rodeo bull, and wielding a fishing net with disturbing expertise. Gumbo unfolded the napkin. Written in cocktail sauce was an address: Flamingo Bay, Pink Paradise, Dawn. In the distance, a flamingo squawked ominously. This case, like the festival's deep fryer oil, was just getting heated up. Chapter 20. That's not a cloud formation. That's an island disguised as a flamingo's butt. Hurricane Hank Higgins announced through a mouthful of deep-fried gator nuggets, pointing his half-eaten corn dog at the horizon, where a peculiar landmass sat mysteriously in the Gulf waters. Gumbo squinted through his Florida-issue binoculars, a pair of empty beer bottles duct-taped together with pink flamingo duct tape, and nearly choked on his third key lime-flavored energy drink of the morning. There, approximately 4 nautical miles offshore, stood what the local fishing charts marked as definitely not a secret base island, just normal flamingos, please ignore. "Sweet Poseidon's man purse," Gumbo muttered, adjusting the focus on his makeshift optics. "That's the most suspicious-looking, naturally occurring landmass I've seen since that time the Army Corps of Engineers tried to disguise a missile silo as a giant roadside attraction called Florida's largest artificial palm tree." Zelda, Z-Ray, Zinfandel slapped a tarot card onto their nautical map. The tower, except someone had drawn flamingo legs on it with a pink highlighter. "The spirits warned me about this. Also, my iguana Nietzsche hasn't eaten his philosophical breakfast burritos in 3 days. Clear sign of existential danger." Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael piloted his vessel, a repurposed Cuban refugee boat with an outboard motor salvaged from a 1970s jet ski and what appeared to be a NASCAR spoiler attached to the stern through the choppy Gulf waters. His kazoo communication had grown increasingly frantic, hitting notes that made nearby seagulls question their life choices. "Can someone translate?" Gumbo asked, searching the horizon for signs of the Commodore's security detail. Hank nodded sagely. "He's saying that island's got more artificial enhancements than the contestants at the Miss Everglades airboat pageant. Look at those perfect angles. Nature doesn't make right angles, unless it's extremely sarcastic." The island grew closer, revealing what appeared to be hundreds of flamingos standing in formation. Only something was off about their stillness. Even Gumbo, whose bird knowledge was limited to which ones tasted best deep-fried, knew flamingos occasionally moved. "Those aren't real flamingos," Brenda Bullet Butterfield whispered, lowering her police-issue binoculars. "They're surveillance cameras disguised as flamingos. Oldest trick in the Florida Criminal Handbook, page 47, right after How to Use an Alligator as a Distraction During a Bank Robbery." As they approached, they discovered the island was surrounded by a crystalline moat that seemed to ripple and pulse with an unnatural shimmer. Captain Carl dropped anchor just outside the moat's perimeter and produced a weather-beaten notebook from his cargo shorts, flipping to a page with crude drawings of electric eels. Electric eels. Gumbo translated the elaborate kazoo solo that followed. "In salt water. That's not biologically possible." "Nothing's biologically possible in Florida," Zelda countered, applying another layer of green lipstick that matched her iguana's scales. "Last week, I saw a manatee operating a hot dog stand. The health department gave it 3 stars. The team assembled their infiltration gear. Pool noodles repurposed as flotation devices, snorkels modified with cocktail umbrellas to look like exotic birds from a distance, and waterproof fanny packs containing emergency provisions, beef jerky, miniature bottles of hot sauce, and Gumbo's lucky rabbit's foot, which was actually a chicken foot that had been mislabeled at the voodoo supply store. "Remember the plan," Gumbo instructed, as they prepared to slip into the water. "We avoid the eels, infiltrate through what appears to be a maintenance drainage pipe disguised as a flamingo's digestive tract, locate the Commodore's operation, gather evidence, and get those new limited edition Key West snow globes they're selling at the gift shop," Brenda interjected. When everyone stared, she coughed awkwardly. "For evidence." Obviously. Their approach was aided by an unexpected ally, a pod of dolphins that Zelda had apparently befriended during her brief stint as an underwater meditation guru. The dolphins, wearing what appeared to be tiny friendship bracelets on their fins, created a diversion by performing an impromptu synchronized swimming routine that drew the attention of the eel security force. "Those dolphins are performing Bohemian Rhapsody," Hank whispered in awe as they slipped past the eel perimeter. "I didn't even know dolphins liked Queen." "Everyone likes Queen," Gumbo replied. "Even my ex-wife's attorney hummed, 'Another one bites the dust,' when he served me divorce papers." The drainage pipe was exactly where Captain Carl's crude map indicated, disguised as part of an anatomically correct flamingo statue that served as the island's unwelcoming committee. The team shimmied through the pipe, which smelled suspiciously like coconut sunscreen and contraband Cuban cigars. They emerged in what appeared to be an underground greenhouse filled with exotic plants, each labeled with both scientific names and suggested retail prices. A sign posted on the wall read, "Absolutely not endangered species, wink wink, cash only, no questions, no returns, no moral qualms." "Jackpot," Brenda whispered, snapping photos with a waterproof camera disguised as a novelty shot glass that read, "Florida, where weird goes professional." As they crept deeper into the facility, they discovered a grand central chamber housing what had to be the Commodore's pride and joy. A massive private island command center disguised as the world's most comprehensive flamingo exhibit. Giant screens monitored shipping lanes, auction houses, and what appeared to be a live stream of every mini golf course in the southeast United States. What kind of psychopath monitors mini golf courses? Gumbo wondered aloud. "The kind who smuggles exotic wildlife using the water hazards as drop points," Zelda explained, pointing to a detailed map where each mini golf course was marked with shipping schedules. "Genius, really. Who questions a guy retrieving balls from the water hazard? Meanwhile, he's collecting waterproof containers filled with rare dart frogs and baby caimans." But the real revelation stood at the center of the room. A massive taxidermied flamingo, at least 15 feet tall, with a control panel embedded in its chest and what appeared to be a rocket launcher protruding from its rear end. "That's not standard bird equipment," Hank observed unnecessarily. Gumbo approached the monstrous creation, noticing a small brass plaque attached to its base. "Project Phoenix Flamingo, when activated, will simultaneously transmit signals to all animatronic flamingos throughout Florida's tourist attractions, triggering the greatest coordinated heist in history. Step 1, in Operation Pink Dominion." They all stood in silent shock, contemplating the sheer insanity of the plan. Finally, Brenda spoke. "So the Commodore is planning to use an army of mechanical flamingos to what? Rob Florida blind while everyone's distracted by rampaging lawn ornaments?" "Florida," Gumbo sighed. "The only state where that sentence makes perfect sense." A sudden alarm blared. The unmistakable sound of a Jimmy Buffett song played backward at triple speed, signaling their discovery. "Intruder alert," came a voice over the intercom. "Release the trained, synchronized swimming eels." Gumbo exchanged looks with his ragtag crew of Florida misfits. "Well, that's a sentence I never expected to hear outside of a fever dream." Hank cracked his knuckles. "I didn't wrestle alligators for 20 years to be intimidated by some electric spaghetti." As the security doors began to seal, Gumbo knew they had minutes to escape with their evidence before facing the Commodore's elite guards, former dolphin trainers who'd gone rogue after a dispute with SeaWorld over their unauthorized manatee choreography program. To the emergency exit, Gumbo shouted, pointing toward what appeared to be a flamingo's rear end with, "In case of raid by nosy private investigators, push here," helpfully labeled above it. Florida, Gumbo thought as they raced toward their escape, where even the villains provide clearly marked exit strategies. Chapter 21. Sweet mother of mangrove muck, is that a squirrel wearing a tiara? Hank Hurricane Higgins whispered, his mullet quivering with the kind of reverence usually reserved for monster truck rallies and all-you-can-eat crawfish buffets. That, Gumbo Malone replied, is not just any squirrel. That's Empress Nutterscotch, the third three-time champion of the Citrus County Taxidermy Olympics, and the sworn nemesis of every flamingo from here to Key West. The island bunker sprawled before them like Walt Disney's fever dream after a 3-day bender at a nautical-themed dive bar. Neon signs flickered against burnished steel walls, casting eerie pink and blue shadows across what could only be described as the most comprehensive collection of Florida contraband ever assembled under one leaky roof. Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel twirled in place, her psychic receptors apparently picking up signals from the beyond, or possibly just the static electricity from her polyester muumuu. "The vibes," she whispered. "They're speaking in iambic pentameter with a Gulf Coast accent." Gumbo picked his way through the bunker's central chamber, where glass display cases housed artifacts that would make the Smithsonian consider a Florida annex. A diamond-encrusted alligator egg, Jimmy Buffett's allegedly lucky flip-flop, Ernest Hemingway's fishing lure collection, and at least 17 items labeled, "Definitely not stolen from Disney World." "This makes the Broward County evidence locker look like a yard sale in Pensacola," Sheriff Brenda Bullet Butterfield muttered, her right hand hovering between her service weapon and her phone's camera app. Professional duty wrestled with the temptation to create the most epic Instagram story of all time. Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael was methodically cataloging the exotic animal collection, his kazoo-based commentary reaching fever pitch when he discovered a terrarium containing what appeared to be phosphorescent lizards taught to spell out SOS with their glowing bodies. "Commodore's been collecting for decades," Crankshaft Kazooed solemnly. "Got himself a Noah's Ark of evolutionary mistakes and black market beauties." The menagerie defied both zoological classification and several international treaties. Frogs wearing hand-knitted sweaters, turtles with custom racing stripes painted on their shells, a morose pelican wearing what appeared to be prescription sunglasses, and a tiny medallion that read, "Emotional support human required." "Forget wildlife trafficking," Brenda said, examining a clipboard with meticulous feeding schedules. "This is wildlife pimping." Gumbo's attention snagged on a climate-controlled chamber in the corner. Inside, illuminated by museum-quality lighting, sat a display that made his seafood-loving heart skip several crucial beats. "The legendary golden conch," he breathed. Violet Azure materialized beside him, her fishnet stockings making a sound like mosquitoes plotting revenge. "Worth $17 million on the black market," she purred. "Rumored to grant its owner control over the tides, or at least over Gulf Coast real estate zoning boards." A soft squawk drew their attention to a makeshift aviary. There, perched on a gold-plated swing set, surrounded by Fabergé bird feeders and what appeared to be tiny oil paintings of famous Floridian landmarks, sat Cornelius the flamingo. The bird regarded Gumbo with the weary dignity of someone who'd seen too much and could never unsee it. Around his slender neck hung a USB drive disguised as a miniature pineapple. "Son of a biscuit eater," Gumbo muttered. He wasn't a victim. He was an informant. With surprising dexterity for a bird with essentially pool noodles for legs, Cornelius removed the USB necklace and dropped it into Gumbo's outstretched palm. Behind them, Hank was examining a wall-sized map of Florida, dotted with flashing LED lights in the shape of flamingos. "These ain't random," he said, his voice uncharacteristically somber. "These are sinkhole locations. Past, present, and, holy hammerhead, future." Gumbo plugged the USB into a nearby computer terminal shaped like a manatee. The screen flickered to life, displaying a PowerPoint presentation titled Operation Pink Slip, Reclaiming Florida One Sinkhole at a Time. "The Commodore's entire scheme," Brenda gasped, her taser twitching in its holster. "He's been triggering sinkholes to devalue property, then swooping in to buy the land." Zelda spun in 3 perfect circles, her eyes rolling back to reveal only whites. "The flamingos were never the target," she intoned. "They were the messengers. The pink harbingers of subsidence doom." The final slide contained a video file. With trepidation that felt like swallowing a live sea urchin, Gumbo clicked play. The Commodore's face filled the screen, his features hidden behind a mask shaped like Florida itself, complete with the panhandle serving as an elaborate eyebrow. "By now, you've discovered my collection," the modulated voice crackled. "Impressive, isn't it? But merely a hobby compared to my true masterpiece. While you've been distracted by feathered diversions, my subterranean disruptors have been positioned beneath every major retirement community from Tampa to Tallahassee." The camera panned to reveal a warehouse filled with what appeared to be mechanical moles wearing tiny construction hats. "Tomorrow at high tide," the Commodore continued, "Florida real estate values will plummet faster than a snowbird's blood pressure at an all-you-can-eat buffet. And from the ashes of property tax devastation, I will build my vision, Flamingo World, a place where everything is pink, overpriced, and slightly damp." The video ended with the Commodore's maniacal laughter, which somehow segued into a not-half-bad rendition of Cheeseburger in Paradise. "We've got less than 18 hours, Gumbo said, checking his watch, a limited edition timepiece that displayed the correct time only during happy hour. Brenda was already on her radio, coordinating with what she called her sinkhole rapid response team, which seemed to consist primarily of retired demolition experts and competitive sandcastle architects. As they prepared to leave, Gumbo noticed something tucked behind the taxidermied squirrel monarch. A faded photograph in a barnacle-encrusted frame. His heart stopped. There, arm in arm with a younger version of the Commodore, stood his father, Jambalaya Big Gumbo Malone, presumed lost at sea during the Great Pelican Migration disaster of '97. "Dad," Gumbo whispered. The Squirrel Queen stared back with beady glass eyes that somehow managed to convey both sympathy and a vague desire for acorns. Florida had always been a state of mysteries wrapped in enigmas dipped in sunscreen. But this was personal. Clutching the photograph, Gumbo led his motley crew toward the exit, the fate of Florida's geological stability resting squarely on their sunburned shoulders. Behind them, Cornelius the Flamingo performed what could only be described as a salute, one leg raised in silent solidarity. The hunt for the Commodore had just become a family reunion. And in Florida, family reunions always ended in either revelations, restraining orders, or both. Chapter 22. Is that a trombone, or are you just happy to see me? Captain Carl Crankshaft Carmichael squinted through his night vision monocle, which he'd fashioned from a repurposed fish finder and the lens of a 1970s Viewmaster. Gumbo Malone stood transfixed in the underground bunker, amidst a collection of exotic animals and stolen treasures that would make the Smithsonian look like a yard sale in Yeehaw Junction. His fingers trembled as they brushed against the tarnished brass of the vintage King 2B trombone, its slide extending like a metallic accusation from the past. "Sweet toot," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the ambient noise of smuggled macaws discussing real estate trends in what sounded suspiciously like Portuguese. Hank Hurricane Higgins sidled up, his mullet now braided with tiny seashells for improved aerodynamics during their high-speed jet ski approach to the island. "You look like you've seen a ghost, or worse, a manatee wearing lipstick." He shuddered at his own words. "This was my mentor's horn," Gumbo explained, lifting the instrument with the reverence usually reserved for handling nitroglycerin or telling a Florida retiree their turn signal had been on for the last 17 miles. Sweet Tooth Malone, the greatest underwater jazz trombonist this side of the Mississippi, could hold a note longer than most people can hold their breath. Zelda Z-Ray Zinfandel moonwalked backward across the bunker floor, her psychic senses tingling like a sunburned tourist who'd mistaken aloe vera for hot sauce. "I'm picking up vibrations," she announced, her iguana Nietzsche nodding sagely from his perch on her shoulder. "Musical tragedy. Airboat sabotage. Iguanas with perfect pitch." Brenda Bullet Butterfield emerged from behind a stack of counterfeit Jimmy Buffett memorabilia, her taser holstered but fingers twitching in its direction. "The Commodore's smuggling operation goes deeper than we thought," she said, scrolling through files on a waterproof tablet. 5 years ago, a shipment of rare Galapagos iguanas disappeared from customs. Same night your mentor went to the great jam session in the sky, Gumbo finished, running his fingers along the trombone's bell, finding an inscription hidden beneath years of salt air corrosion. "When the music stops, follow the scales." A small compartment in the trombone's slide popped open, revealing a memory card sealed in waterproof resin and a faded photograph of Sweet Tooth standing next to a young Gumbo and a man whose face had been replaced with a meticulously glued-on flamingo head cut from a Florida lottery ticket. "Sweet merciful mangroves," Hank whistled, his mullet bristling with excitement. "Your mentor was on to the Commodore before he was the Commodore." Outside the bunker, through a porthole fashioned from the bottom of a Don Julio tequila bottle, the moon illuminated the private island's bizarre landscape. Flamingo statues stood at attention like a plastic pink army. In a clearing, a stage had been erected, where what appeared to be iguanas wearing tiny bow ties were arranged in orchestral formation. "The Iguana Philharmonic," Brenda whispered, her eyes widening in recognition. "I thought it was just a myth, like affordable housing in Key West or turn signals in Miami." Gumbo inserted the memory card into Brenda's tablet. The screen flickered to life with a video of Sweet Tooth, his face partially obscured by an oxygen mask, as he played his trombone underwater, bubbles rising with each note. "If you're watching this, Danny boy," the recording began, Sweet Tooth's voice gargling through his regulator, "then I'm either dead or have finally eloped with that mermaid from Weeki Wachee like I always threatened." The video continued, revealing Sweet Tooth's discovery of the Commodore's original scheme: genetically modifying Galapagos iguanas to possess perfect pitch, then training them to play classical music while smuggling microchips containing offshore banking information inside their specially designed bow ties. He wasn't just smuggling exotic animals, Gumbo realized, his seafood-addled brain connecting dots faster than a caffeinated connect-the-dots champion. He was creating the world's first reptilian orchestra as a front for international financial crime. A newspaper clipping flashed on screen. Sweet Tooth's airboat accident reported as a tragic collision with a rogue manatee. The headline, "Local Jasmine Meets Watery Fate. Witnesses report suspicious scales at scene." The scales weren't fish scales, Zelda gasped, performing an interpretive dance that conveyed both horrified revelation and mild indigestion. They were musical scales. Sheet music. A warning. Nietzsche. The iguana nodded so vigorously his tiny philosopher glasses slid down his scaly snout. Gumbo examined the trombone more closely. Inside the bell, barely visible, was a map etched into the brass, coordinates leading to a remote section of swamp where Sweet Tooth had hidden his final evidence. "The iguanas weren't just smuggled," Gumbo said, his voice dropping to a dramatic whisper. "They were witnesses." Through the porthole, they watched as the Commodore, still in his flamingo mascot head from the casino escape, approached the iguana orchestra, tapping a tiny baton against a music stand made from a hollowed-out coconut. The iguanas snapped to attention, their tails twitching in anticipation. "Mozart's Symphony No. 40 in G minor," Hank identified, then shrugged at everyone's surprised expressions. "What?" A man with a mullet can't appreciate classical music. That's profiling people. Sweet Toot discovered something during an underwater jazz session, Gumbo said, piecing together the mystery that had haunted him for years. Something that got him killed. And the Commodore's been building his empire ever since, Brenda added, her taser hand finally still as the gravity of the situation sank in. Captain Carl adjusted his coconut shell beret. So we're dealing with a criminal mastermind who uses musical reptiles as both performers and carriers, murdered your mentor, and is now operating from a flamingo-infested private island while wearing poultry headgear. Welcome to Florida, Gumbo replied, tucking the trombone under his arm like a brass security blanket. Now we need to get back to the mainland, find Sweet Toot's final evidence, and expose the Commodore before the iguanas complete their concert tour of retirement communities. As they plotted their escape, the iguana orchestra launched into a surprisingly moving rendition of Ride of the Valkyries, a musical backdrop to the revenge brewing in Gumbo's heart, a revenge that would be served as cold as gazpacho and as unexpected as finding good pizza in rural Alabama. Sweet Toot would have his justice. The iguanas would find a better booking agent. And the Commodore would learn the hard way that in Florida, even the trombones have teeth. Chapter 23. The sunset bloomed over Tampa Bay like a radioactive grapefruit, painting the water a shade of orange usually reserved for prison jumpsuits and sports drinks. Danny Gumbo Malone sat on the hood of his '87 Cutlass Supreme, the metal still hot enough to fry the grouper sandwich he'd picked up from a roadside stand run by a man who claimed to be Jimmy Buffett's former pool cleaner. So let me get this straight, said Jimbo the Concannon, retired detective and full-time beach bum. He was feeding potato chips to a one-legged seagull he'd named Senator Squawks. You think neither the pelican nor the siren killed our mermaid? That's what the evidence says. Gumbo flipped through his waterlogged notebook. And when I say evidence, I mean this cocktail napkin where I've been keeping notes since my regular notebook got eaten by what I'm pretty sure was a mutant tarpon. Florida problems, Jimbo nodded sagely. The pieces had started clicking together for Gumbo like a plastic flamingo being assembled by a retiree with arthritis, slowly, painfully, and with frequent breaks for medication. Earlier that day, he'd been hiding in a janitor's closet at Weeki Wachee, dressed in a mop head that he'd repurposed as a disguise. 3 hours of cramped surveillance had yielded nothing but a newfound respect for actual janitors and an unfortunate rash from industrial-strength pool chemicals. Then Captain Barnaby Conk had entered the adjacent office, talking on his phone with the volume set to hearing-impaired retiree. I told you the problem's been handled, Barnaby had shouted. The mermaid's swimming with the actual fishes now, if you catch my drift. Gumbo had caught his drift like a red tide washing ashore. It makes sense, Gumbo told Jimbo now. Captain Barnaby's been skimming ticket sales for years. Doreen the mermaid, the real one, not Marla the siren Mendoza, found his ledger hidden in the staff break room behind a faded poster of Flipper. Jimbo choked on his own spit. You're telling me there's a real mermaid? Nah, just a woman who can hold her breath for 6 minutes and believes her grandmother was seduced by a manatee. Gumbo took a bite of his sandwich. A piece of fried grouper escaped and landed on his shoe, where it was immediately claimed by a small crab that scuttled away like it had won the lottery. So this Doreen threatened to expose Barnaby's scheme. Bingo. And when the pelican, that's Eddie Finn's Finster to the law-abiding world, refused to do the dirty work despite being Barnaby's go-to goon, Barnaby handled it himself. Senator Squawks squawked indignantly, as if offended by the very concept of murder. The siren was just a distraction, Gumbo continued, wiping tartar sauce from his chin with what he hoped was a clean part of his Hawaiian shirt. She's been running an illegal exotic pet smuggling operation, using the Mermaid show's supply trucks, but that's completely unrelated. Classic Florida, Jimbo sighed. You investigate one crime and trip over 6 more. A pelican, An actual pelican, not Eddie the Pelican Finster, landed on the hood of the Cutlass with a metallic thunk. It stared at Gumbo with the unnerving intensity of an IRS auditor who'd found a suspicious deduction. "What we don't know," Gumbo said, edging away from the bird's bayonet-like beak, "is where Barnaby dumped Doreen. She's not actually swimming with the fishes. At least, not voluntarily." "You checked the usual spots?" Jimbo asked. "The sinkhole behind the abandoned orange juice factory. The alligator farm run by those twin brothers with matching face tattoos. The bottomless porta potty at the Gasparilla Festival? All clean. But then I remembered something." Gumbo pulled out a soggy tourist brochure from his back pocket. "The Blue Hole Grotto. It's this underwater cave system that connects to the Gulf. Local legend says it's haunted by the ghost of a Spanish conquistador who drowned looking for his gold-plated snorkel." "And you think Barnaby dumped her there?" "Bold move. Those caves are treacherous. My second ex-wife's third husband was a cave diver. Came up babbling about seeing mermaids. We all thought he had the bends, but maybe." Jimbo trailed off, his eyes widening. "You don't think?" "I do think," Gumbo nodded. "Doreen isn't dead. She's hiding in the blue hole, waiting for the heat to die down. And she's got evidence. Probably that ledger that could put Barnaby away for a decade in a facility where the closest thing to a mermaid show is shower time with a guy named Bubbles who used to be a synchronized swimmer." The sun had fully set now, leaving them in the kind of darkness that makes convenience stores double their prices and local news anchors issue warnings about staying indoors. "We need to get to that grotto," Jimbo said, standing up and brushing chip crumbs from his cargo shorts. "I still have my diving gear from when I was working that case about the underwater marijuana grow-op, disguised as a coral restoration project." "Perfect," Gumbo said, sliding off the hood. "But we'll need backup. This is where the Pelican comes in handy. He may be a thug, but he's got principles. And fins." "What about the siren?" Jimbo asked. "She'll be busy tomorrow. According to my sources, and by sources I mean the bartender at the Tipsy Manatee who overhears everything, she's got a big shipment coming in. 6 Komodo dragons and a penguin that's addicted to energy drinks." As they climbed into the Cutlass, Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text. It was from a number he didn't recognize, but the message was clear enough. "Glub glub, need help glub." Below it was a crude map, drawn with what appeared to be digital seaweed. "It's Doreen," Gumbo said, showing Jimbo the phone. "And she's in trouble." "How does a mermaid hiding in an underwater cave have cell service?" Jimbo asked, frowning. "This is Florida, my friend. The questions you don't ask are the ones that keep you sane." As the Cutlass roared to life, backfiring like a tiny cannon, Netherman noticed the sleek cigarette boat sliding silently across the bay, piloted by a figure in a captain's hat too large for his head and a woman whose sequined bikini top glittered like fish scales in the moonlight. The hunt for the mermaid was on, and the night was about to get a whole lot weirder. Chapter 24. Dawn broke over Weeki Wachee Springs like a hungover tourist stumbling out of a beach bar, reluctantly, painfully, and with a certain bleary-eyed confusion about its surroundings. Gumbo Malone sat in his car in the employees-only parking lot, drinking coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon, and watching a pair of ibises engage in what appeared to be a territorial dispute over half a hot dog bun. "Operation Mermaid Takedown is a go," he said into his walkie-talkie, which he'd bought at a garage sale from a man who claimed it had once belonged to D.B. Cooper. "Repeat, we are swimming with sharks." "Copy that," crackled Jimbo's voice through the static. "Though technically, there are no sharks in the Weeki Wachee Spring system. Just the occasional alligator with impulse control issues." Gumbo rolled his eyes. "It's an expression, Jimbo. Like break a leg or don't feed the tourists." Inside the underwater theater's dressing room, Bubbles McGee was briefing her team of aquatic performers, all crammed into a space designed for half their number. The air smelled of chlorine, waterproof makeup, and the distinctive odor of neoprene tail costumes that had seen better days. "Remember, ladies," Bubbles said, applying a final layer of waterproof mascara with the precision of a bomb disposal expert, "when Detective Malone gives the signal, 3 bubbles and a jazz hands, we initiate Operation Synchronized Justice." Trixie, the undertow Thompson, raised a hand, adorned with fingernails painted to look like tiny starfish. "What if Captain Barnaby recognizes the police divers? He's been narrating our shows for 15 years. He knows what a real mermaid looks like versus a cop in a snorkel. That's why they'll be disguised as sea monsters," Bubbles explained, gesturing to a rack of elaborate costumes. "It's the Myths and Monsters of the Deep show. The audience won't know the difference between a kraken and a SWAT team." Meanwhile, in the underwater theater's control booth, Captain Barnaby Conk was reviewing his script with the nervous concentration of a man who knows his grift is circling the drain. His captain's hat sat askew on his thinning hair, and his nautical-themed bow tie had been tied with the haphazard enthusiasm of a cat batting at a ball of yarn. "And now, ladies and gentlemen," he practiced into the microphone, "witness the terror of the deep as our mermaids confront the dreaded creatures of the abyss." He paused, frowning at the script. "Who wrote this garbage? Creatures of the Abyss sounds like a heavy metal band that couldn't get booked for Bike Week." 3 rows back in the underwater theater, Sheriff Luna "Looney" Lockhart adjusted her sunglasses and nudged Gumbo, who was disguised as a Japanese tourist complete with 5 cameras and a fanny pack that said, "I Florida," and what he assured everyone was an authentic misspelling. "You sure this is going to work?" she whispered. "My divers are trained for water rescues, not synchronized swimming." "They don't need to be synchronized," Gumbo replied, snapping photos of nothing in particular. "They just need to grab Barnaby when he leans over to narrate the giant squid attack." "I still can't believe we're doing this during a live show," Sheriff Lockhart muttered. "Best cover ever," Gumbo insisted. "Florida tourist attractions are 90% spectacle, and 10% barely contained chaos anyway. Nobody will suspect a thing." The lights dimmed, and the underwater curtain rose to reveal the mermaid performers floating in formation, their tails catching the blue spotlights like disco balls at a seafood restaurant. Captain Barnaby's voice boomed over the speakers. "Welcome, travelers, to the mysterious world beneath the waves. I am your guide, Captain Barnaby Conk, veteran of the 7 seas and personal friend to Neptune himself." "Neptune himself?" Lockhart muttered. Did he add that to his resume before or after committing murder? The show progressed with the choreographed precision of a wildlife documentary directed by Busby Berkeley. Mermaids twirled and looped through underwater hoops. They performed ballet moves while drinking bottled water, a trick that never failed to elicit gasps from the audience, despite being physically possible for anyone with basic coordination and a mouth. Then came the moment they'd been waiting for. The lights turned an ominous red, and fog machines pumped theatrical mist across the surface of the water. "And now," intoned Captain Barnaby, leaning dramatically over the glass viewing panel, just as Gumbo had predicted, "prepare yourselves for the most terrifying denizens of the deep, the monsters of the abyss." On cue, 6 police divers in elaborate sea monster costumes swam into view. One, dressed as what appeared to be a cross between the Loch Ness Monster and a disgruntled manatee, gave the 3-bubble signal. Bubbles McGee responded with jazz hands that would have made Broadway choreographers weep with envy. Operation Synchronized Justice was a go. What happened next unfolded with the chaotic energy of a hurricane hitting a flea market. The mermaid performers executed a perfect pincer movement, surrounding Captain Barnaby's control booth, while the police monsters burst through a hidden access panel that maintenance staff usually used to clean algae from the glass. "What in the name of Davy Jones's discount locker?" Captain Barnaby sputtered, as 2 mermaids and a police kraken dragged him toward the water. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, assuming this was all part of the show, which, Gumbo had to admit, was technically true. "Captain Barnaby Conk," Sheriff Lockhart announced, standing and removing her tourist disguise in one fluid motion that sent her Florida visor sailing into the lap of an actual Japanese tourist, who photographed it diligently. "You're under arrest for the murder of Doreen Deepbreath DeMarco and embezzlement of park funds." Captain Barnaby, now being held above the water by 3 mermaids and a police diver in an unconvincing jellyfish costume, looked like a man who just discovered his retirement plan consisted entirely of lottery tickets and expired coupons. "This is outrageous," he sputtered. "You can't, I haven't, that ledger was just—" He stopped, realizing his admission hung in the chlorinated air like a bad smell at a fancy restaurant. The audience, still convinced this was premium Florida entertainment, applauded even louder. A child in the front row asked his mother if he could be arrested by mermaids for his birthday. As they led Barnaby away, in handcuffs decorated with seashells, Bubbles' contribution to the operation, Gumbo couldn't help but smile. 1 down, 2 to go. His phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "The Siren and the Pelican send their regards. Watch your back, Malone. Not all predators live in the water." A chill ran down Gumbo's spine that had nothing to do with the theater's aggressive air conditioning. Somewhere out there, the Siren and the Pelican were plotting. And in Florida, when criminals plotted, it usually involved either explosives, exotic animals, or senior citizens with nothing left to lose. Often, it involved all 3. Chapter 25. The holding cell at the Tampa Bay Sheriff's Department smelled like a uniquely Floridian bouquet of seawater, sunscreen, and regrettable life choices. Captain Barnaby Conk sat on a bench, his captain's hat deflated like a soufflé made by someone who'd learned cooking from prison YouTube tutorials. "I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling mermaids," Barnaby muttered to no one in particular, a phrase that in any other state would sound insane, but in Florida, barely qualified as the 3rd strangest thing said in that cell block that morning. 3 miles away, the Rusty Pelican, a bar whose health code violations were so creative they'd been written up in medical journals, was experiencing an unusual midday rush. Marla the Siren Mendoza sat at a corner table beneath a stuffed marlin whose glass eyes seemed to follow patrons around the room, especially after their 3rd tequila sunrise. "I can't believe I'm breaking bread with the competition," she said, stabbing a conch fritter like it had personally insulted her mother. Across from her, Eddie the Pelican Finster sipped a neon blue cocktail garnished with what might have been a miniature umbrella or possibly a collapsed bat wing. "The enemy of my enemy orders pretty decent appetizers," he replied, gesturing to the spread between them. "Gumbo Malone has to go," the Siren continued. "My exotic pet operation is in jeopardy. Do you know how hard it is to train Commodore dragons to respond to dolphin whistles? I've lost 3 trainers this month alone. Not to mention my legitimate business fronts," the Pelican agreed. "The Shell Shack Gift Emporium, the Pirate's Booty Rental Storage, and my pride and joy, Finster's Fancy Flamingos, all under investigation now. So we're agreed." The Siren extended a hand, adorned with rings featuring endangered sea creatures cast in gold. "We eliminate Gumbo, then go back to trying to destroy each other's criminal enterprises like civilized Floridians." Outside, a cavalcade of vehicles assembled with the coordination of a kindergarten fire drill. 7 student driver cars with caution, student driver signs plastered across their bumpers inched forward at varying speeds. Behind them, 3 pickup trucks loaded with garden gnomes, plastic herons, and concrete alligators idled noisily. "Remember your training," bellowed Dot Pinkley, the Siren's 62-year-old lieutenant and former driver's ed instructor who'd been fired for teaching students how to hotwire cars as an essential Florida survival skill. She addressed the nervous teenagers behind the wheels. "If you successfully complete this hit, you all get automatic passing grades and a coupon for free ice cream at Gator Gary's Frozen Custard Swamp." Meanwhile, Harlan the Flamingo Fleck, the Pelican's right-hand man and lawn ornament distribution specialist, was giving his own pep talk. Position those gnomes for maximum coverage. I want tactical superiority. The concrete alligators go by the exits. And for God's sake, nobody touch the premium limited edition solar-powered twerking turtle. That's my retirement plan. Inside the rusty Pelican, Gumbo Malone was blissfully unaware of the approaching danger. He sat at the bar, explaining his latest case to Buster One-Eye Barnacle, the establishment's bartender and part-time taxidermist. So there I was, underwater, surrounded by professional mermaids performing a citizen's arrest with jazz hands, Gumbo recounted, gesturing so wildly he knocked over a bowl of peanuts that had likely been refilled without washing since the Reagan administration. Life's never boring with you around, One-Eye observed, absently polishing a glass with what appeared to be a petrified bar rag. The bar's door swung open with an ominous creak. A teenager, in an ill-fitting polo shirt emblazoned with Sunshine State Driving Academy, entered, sweating profusely. Excuse me," the kid stammered. "I was wondering if anyone could help me parallel park. It's totally unrelated to any assassination attempt that might or might not be happening right now." Gumbo's detective instincts, honed by years of investigating Florida's unique brand of criminal absurdity, immediately went on high alert. He dropped behind the bar, just as the first garden gnome came sailing through the window. "Take cover," One-Eye bellowed, ducking behind the bar with surprising agility for a man with a prosthetic leg made from a repurposed surfboard. Outside, chaos erupted as student drivers attempted to execute the synchronized surrounding maneuver they'd been taught that morning. Car number 3 rear-ended car number 7, while car number 5 somehow ended up half-submerged in a decorative koi pond. The lawn ornament squadron wasn't faring much better, as several of the concrete alligators were proving too heavy to throw effectively. "This is why we should have gone with the plastic flamingos." The flamingos screamed at a delivery man struggling under the weight of a garden Buddha. As the attack descended into disarray, nature decided to add its own Florida twist to the proceedings. The sky darkened with unnatural speed, and the wind picked up dramatically. "Is that?" One-Eye began, peering out from behind the bar. "Waterspout," Gumbo confirmed grimly. "Coming right for us." Outside, student drivers and lawn ornament installers alike froze in their tracks as the funnel cloud touched down in the Tampa Bay, gathering strength and water as it spun toward shore. The Siren and the Pelican emerged from the rusty Pelican, their temporary alliance forgotten as they raced for their respective vehicles. The waterspout hit land just as they reached the parking lot, lifting one of the student driver cars 6 feet in the air before depositing it gently atop the Pelican's vintage Cadillac. "My car," the Pelican wailed, falling to his knees. The waterspout continued its dance of destruction across the parking lot, sucking up garden gnomes and whirling them around like demented projectiles before dissipating as quickly as it had formed, leaving behind a peculiar gift. A confused-looking manatee plopped directly onto the hood of the Siren's Mercedes convertible. Gumbo emerged from the rusty Pelican to survey the carnage. Student drivers were crying in their cars. The flamingo was desperately collecting undamaged lawn ornaments, and Dot was attempting to coax the manatee off the Siren's car with a head of lettuce she'd grabbed from the bar's garnished tray. And in the middle of it all, the Siren and the Pelican stood face to face, their mutual hatred temporarily overshadowed by the absurdity of their circumstances. "This isn't over, Malone," the Siren hissed as she stalked past him, her sequined top catching the sudden sunlight that had emerged after the waterspout's departure. "I'd say it's just getting interesting," Gumbo replied, pulling out his phone to dial the Marine Wildlife Rescue. As he did, a text message popped up from Diamond Doris Winkleman. "Heard you've got trouble with the birds and the fish. Come see me at the Sunset Palms Retirement Village. I've got something that'll make them both swim for cover." Gumbo smiled as he watched the Pelican trying to dislodge a gnome that had somehow become wedged in his car's tailpipe. Florida never disappointed. Just when you thought you'd seen it all, it served up a waterspout with a side of manatee. "One Eye," he called over his shoulder, "pack me a grouper sandwich to go. I've got a date with Diamond Doris and her shuffleboard squad." The manatee, meanwhile, had made itself comfortable on the siren's car, looking for all the world like it had finally found its rightful place in Florida's grand tapestry of weirdness. Chapter 26. The sun beat down on Gumbo Malone's sweat-soaked shirt like God's own magnifying glass on an unfortunate ant. He stumbled through the gates of Sunshine Palms Retirement Village, where the thermometer read 97 degrees, but the feels-like temperature had given up and simply displayed "Welcome to Hell" in blinking LED lights. "And they wonder why alligators are cranky," Gumbo muttered, dodging a golf cart piloted by an ancient man whose head barely cleared the steering wheel. Behind him, 3 red sedans with student driver placards and a white panel van with flamingo Freddies, "We put the lawn" and lawn ornaments emblazoned on the side, had pulled to the curb. The Sirens Hit Squad, identifiable by their matching pink polo shirts and nervous expressions, was conferring with the Pelican's crew, who wore safari hats and carried garden gnomes with suspiciously heavy bases. The freak waterspout at the Rusty Pelican had bought Gumbo precious little time. The manatee, christened Sir Floats-a-Lot by delighted onlookers before Fish and Wildlife could arrive, had created just enough chaos for Gumbo to hotwire a beach umbrella rental cart and make his escape. Now, with both crime bosses gunning for him, Gumbo needed allies. And in Florida, there was no force more terrifying than retirement community politics. He navigated through the village's identical beige buildings until he reached the shuffleboard courts, where the annual Florida Shuffleboard Championship was in full swing. A crowd of spectators sat in folding chairs, many sleeping upright with mouths agape while others clutched scorecards with arthritic intensity. On Court 3, wearing matching aquamarine visors and wrist sweatbands, the Sunset Sliders were systematically destroying their opponents, a team from Naples called the Boca Bashers. 3 points, Mildred. "Push that biscuit," shouted a voice that could cut through hurricane shutters. The voice belonged to Diamond Doris Winkleman, 93 years young, 5-time shuffleboard state champion, and the undisputed queen of Florida's retirement community gambling scene. She stood ramrod straight despite age, using her shuffleboard cue like a field marshal's baton. Her snow-white hair was teased into a helmet that would have made Margaret Thatcher envious, and her rhinestone-studded glasses caught the sun like disco balls. Gumbo waited until the match point before approaching. The Boca Bashers captain threw down his cue in disgust and stomped off, muttering about wind advantages and performance-enhancing prune juice. "Diamond Doris," Gumbo said, stepping onto the court with appropriate reverence. Looking radiant as always. Doris squinted at him through lenses thick enough to spot Pluto on a cloudy day. "Danny Malone. Still alive? That's disappointing a lot of bookies. You're taking bets on my mortality?" "Honey, we bet on everything. Yesterday, we had odds on which nurse would quit first at the medical center. Carla was the favorite, but then Brenda found out her husband was moonlighting as a mermaid at Weeki Wachee. Dark horse victory." Gumbo blinked. "Her husband? Don't judge. He's got the hips for it." Doris waved her teammates over. "Girls, this is Gumbo. He's the one I told you about with the interesting fungal condition." 5 elderly women shuffled over, their expressions ranging from mild curiosity to outright suspicion. The youngest couldn't have been a day under 80. "I need your help," Gumbo said, wiping sweat from his brow. "The Pelican and the Siren are after me." At the mention of these names, Doris's face darkened like a thundercloud over a trailer park. "Edward the Pelican Finster," she spat, "had the nerve to stand me up at the Sarasota Shrimp Festival in '68. And that Marla the Siren Mendoza was no better. Stole my sequined evening gloves at the Miss Citrus pageant before she went into the crime business." One of the Sunset Sliders, a tiny woman with blue-tinted hair and a t-shirt reading "My grandkids are cuter than yours," piped up. Doris dated them both. Same time. Different days of the week. Mondays and Thursdays, Doris confirmed with a nod. Until I caught them planning to hijack a shipment of Cuban cigars together. I've still got the photos. That's exactly what I need, Gumbo said. They've joined forces to take me out after I helped bust Captain Barnaby's Mermaid murder scheme. The student drivers and lawn ornament installers had entered the village gates now, trying to look inconspicuous, a challenge when one group kept stalling their engines and the other lugged concrete flamingos. They're here, Gumbo hissed. Doris smiled, revealing teeth too perfect to be original equipment. Girls, activate the flamingo protocol. With startling efficiency for women who complained about opening pill bottles, the Sunset Sliders whipped out walkie-talkies. Within seconds, dozens of golf carts began converging on the shuffleboard courts, each driven by a senior citizen with a determined expression and, bizarrely, some form of makeshift weapon. One brandished a pool noodle like a jousting lance. Another had taped steak knives to a Swiffer wetjet. What's happening? Gumbo asked, mouth agape. Sunset Palms runs the largest underground betting operation in 3 counties, Doris explained, reaching into her oversized purse to extract a small revolver. Did you think we play bingo for fun? We've been laundering money through shuffleboard tournaments since before you could tie your shoes. The student drivers, now surrounded by golf carts, stopped dead in their tracks. One began practicing parallel parking, apparently believing this might help the situation. You who? Edward. Marla. Doris called out, waving cheerfully. Long time no see. Come for shuffleboard lessons? From behind a concrete flamingo, the pelican emerged, his face ashen. Doris? You're supposed to be dead. I get that a lot, she replied with a wink. But like Florida cockroaches and bad government, I persevere. The siren stepped out from the student driver car, her sequined top reflecting sunlight like a disco ball. This doesn't involve you, Doris. It does now, Doris countered. This boy's under our protection. And unless you want those photos from the Shrimp Festival, showing Edward in that mermaid costume. It was a Neptune costume. The pelican protested. And you, Marla, with that unfortunate hair color experiment, all over social media, you'll back off. The Sunset Sliders had formed a perimeter, shuffleboard cues held like spears. From the clubhouse, more seniors emerged, some in water aerobics gear, others clutching half-finished crafts from the recreation room. Gumbo stepped forward. Let's talk about this. I don't want trouble. You've got a funny way of showing it, the siren hissed. Says the woman who smuggles exotic pets using student drivers as cover, Gumbo retorted. A student driver raised her hand. Do we still get our community service hours? Doris flashed her perfect dentures again. How about this? We settle it Florida style. A hurricane? Suggested the pelican. A bizarre news headline, offered the siren. Shuffleboard, Doris declared. Winner takes all. As the afternoon sun beat down mercilessly on the courts, the most unusual shuffleboard tournament in Florida history began, which, considering Florida's history, was really saying something. Chapter 27. The world's second-largest ball of twine sat on the outskirts of Yeehaw Junction, like a monument to humanity's most questionable achievements. A hand-painted sign proudly proclaimed, almost as impressive as the first one, beneath which someone had spray-painted, "Your mom said the same thing." Gumbo Malone arrived 45 minutes early, parking his cutlass behind a dilapidated gift shop that sold twine-themed souvenirs and inexplicably taxidermied squirrels dressed as famous Florida politicians. He dabbed mosquito repellent behind his ears like cologne. Diamond, Doris Winkleman sat shotgun, her 93-year-old frame dominated by oversized sunglasses and a sequined shuffleboard sweater. She clutched a pink, rhinestone-encrusted photo album labeled Conquests, Volume 3, 1968 to 1971. You sure this'll work, Doris? Gumbo asked, scanning the horizon. Honey, she replied, in a voice ravaged by 8 decades of cigarettes and spite, when these pictures get out, those 2 crooks will be more finished than my 3rd husband after he called my pot roast pedestrian. She paused to apply another layer of lipstick, missing her mouth by half an inch. Never found his body. The shuffleboard court needed resurfacing anyway. Gumbo wisely changed the subject. They should be here any minute. As if on cue, a convoy of student driver cars appeared from the east, each bearing the logo of Dot's driving school. We put the cautious in Caucasian retirement communities. The vehicles moved in a terrified formation, like wildebeests crossing a crocodile-infested river, except wildebeests generally maintained better lane discipline. From the west came a fleet of pickup trucks loaded with lawn ornaments. Plastic flamingos, concrete gnomes, and solar-powered frogs with light-up eyes stared blankly from the truck beds. One vehicle, dedicated exclusively to Virgin Mary bathtub shrines, brought up the rear. Subtle, Gumbo muttered, slouching deeper into his seat. The vehicles parked in a tense semicircle around the giant ball of twine, which suddenly seemed less like a tourist attraction and more like a massive, fiber-based harbinger of doom. Student drivers killed their engines with varying degrees of success. One car hopped the curb and gently nudged a concrete alligator holding a Welcome to Paradise sign. The Pelican emerged first, his lanky form unfolding from a student driver car like a stork with a hangover. He wore aviator sunglasses and a Guayabera shirt with actual pelican feathers sewn into the collar. "Where's that two-timing mermaid lover?" he bellowed, squinting at the twine ball as if it might be concealing his nemesis. His question was answered moments later when the siren made her entrance. She burst through the gift shop doors, having apparently arrived early through some back route known only to amphibiously inclined crime bosses. Her sequined top caught the Florida sun like a disco ball in a hurricane, momentarily blinding 3 student drivers who crashed into each other with the gentlest of bumps. "Eddie the Pelican Finster," she purred, her voice carrying the unique timbre of someone who had spent too many years shouting underwater show directions through a megaphone. "Still wearing dead birds, I see." "Marla the Siren Mendoza," he countered. "Still dressing like a fish with an identity crisis." Their respective crews moved into position. Student drivers formed a wobbly perimeter, their faces showing the 1,000-yard stare of teenagers who'd spent too many hours listening to senior citizens describe their medical procedures in excruciating detail. The lawn ornament installers, meanwhile, began positioning garden gnomes in what appeared to be tactical formations, their little ceramic faces locked in eternal grins of malevolence. Gumbo nudged Diamond Doris. "Showtime." She cackled, a sound like rusty bicycle chains being fed through a woodchipper, and pushed open the car door with surprising vigor. Tottering forward on bedazzled orthopedic shoes, she approached the standoff with the confident swagger of someone who had buried 4 husbands and bankrupted 6 casinos. "Well, well, well," she announced, her voice carrying across the parking lot. "Edward Finster and Marla Mendoza. Last time I saw you 2 together, you were wearing considerably less clothing and considerably more whipped cream." Both crime bosses whipped around, their faces transforming from hostility to horror in microseconds. "Doris?" they exclaimed in unison. "In the artificially preserved flesh." She waved the photo album. "Remember Tahiti? 1969. That little private beach where Eddie tried that thing with the coconut that sent him to the hospital?" The Pelican went pale. "You swore those pictures were destroyed." "And you," Doris continued, turning to the siren, "remember how you told everyone you were allergic to shellfish just so you wouldn't have to admit what really caused that rash?" The siren's mouth opened and closed like, well, a fish. Gumbo stepped forward, holding his waterlogged notebook like a badge of authority. "Here's how this is going to play out. You 2 are going to call off your weird vendetta against me, confess to your respective crimes, embezzlement, and exotic animal smuggling, and turn yourselves into the proper authorities." "Or what?" spat the Pelican. Diamond Doris flipped open her album. Or these go viral. I may be old, but my great-grandson set me up with something called OnlyGrams or Instafans or whatever. Apparently, I have 17,000 followers who think I'm being ironic. A garden gnome installer whispered to the pelican, who nodded grimly. What if we just take the album? The siren suggested, her hand inching toward what was almost certainly a concealed weapon shaped suspiciously like a starfish. Doris cackled again. Honey, I've survived 4 husbands, 2 hurricanes, and a timeshare presentation in Orlando. You think I don't have backups? Gumbo watched as the realization dawned on both crime bosses simultaneously. They were beaten. The pelican sighed. Fine. But I want protective custody. Those mermaids play dirty. Speaking of mermaids, Gumbo said, glancing at his watch. As if rehearsed, which it absolutely was, a series of splashes erupted from the decorative pond surrounding the ball of twine. 12 women in full mermaid regalia surfaced, each holding waterproof cameras and what appeared to be fishing spears fashioned from pool noodles and sharpened seashells. The Mermaid Mafia sends their regards, announced their leader, Bubbles McGee, her sequined tail flapping with military precision. We've been recording everything. The standoff dissolved into chaos. Student drivers, panicking at the sight of armed mermaids, attempted simultaneous 3-point turns that quickly became 30-point disasters. Lawn ornament installers fled, abandoning their gnomes, but not before one shouted, "Every man for himself." The fish women have risen. Through it all, Diamond Doris stood unperturbed, calmly applying another crooked layer of lipstick. As the Florida afternoon descended into its natural state, absolute madness. Gumbo smiled. Florida justice was being served, and like most things in the Sunshine State, it was bizarre, slightly damp, and would make one hell of a story at the Rusty Pelican tonight. Chapter 28. The world's second-largest ball of twine loomed over the parking lot like a constipated planet, its massive brown mass catching the late-afternoon sun in a way that made tourists snap photos and locals wonder about the mental stability of whoever had started winding string in 1974 and didn't stop until the Reagan administration. Gumbo Malone crouched behind a roadside stand selling authentic twine ball-adjacent souvenirs, watching through military-grade binoculars he'd won in a crab racing tournament. Beside him, Diamond Doris Winkleman adjusted her flamingo pink visor and checked the pearl-handled .38 special she kept nestled between her impressive cleavage. "They're here," Gumbo whispered, as a white Lincoln Continental with pelican vanity plates rolled into the lot, followed moments later by a chartreuse Hummer with spinning rims and a hood ornament shaped like a mermaid doing the backstroke. "It's showtime." "In my day," Diamond Doris said, applying a fresh coat of lipstick the color of overripe grapefruit, "we settled our differences with passive-aggressive bridge games and strategic community bake sale sabotage." She snapped her compact shut. "But I suppose underwater hitmen have their place too." From the Hummer emerged the siren, wearing a caftan that featured every color known to Florida, particularly those found on gas station T-shirts and all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant signs. Behind her, 3 student drivers filed out nervously, each wearing matching powder blue polo shirts with "Dots Driving Academy, we break for everything" embroidered on the back. The Pelican stepped from his Lincoln with the confidence of a man who'd once arm-wrestled an alligator to a draw. His white linen suit reflected enough sunlight to potentially cause corneal damage to unwary observers. His entourage of lawn ornament delivery personnel followed, each carrying garden gnomes with suspiciously bulky bases. "Malone set us up," the siren declared, pointing a finger tipped with a nail so long and curved it could have opened letters from 3 feet away. "This meeting is a trap." The Pelican adjusted his sunglasses, which were shaped like actual pelican wings. "For once, I agree with the fish lady. Something smells fishy, and it ain't just her perfume." "That's ode to manatee, you uncultured barnacle," the siren snapped. "Limited edition." Gumbo whispered into a waterproof radio, disguised as a novelty rubber duck. Bubbles, they're onto us. Execute Operation Splash Attack. At that precise moment, as if Florida itself had decided to up the ante on weirdness, the decorative fountain in front of the Ball of Twine Visitor Center erupted. Water shot 20 feet into the air, and with it emerged Bubbles McGee, former mermaid, current Mermaid Mafia leader, and lifelong enthusiast of waterproof mascara. "Mermaids, mobilize," she bellowed through a megaphone shaped like a conch shell. Like an aquatic SWAT team trained by Esther Williams on energy drinks, mermaids began appearing from every water source in the vicinity. They rose from the koi pond near the gift shop, flipped out of the public restroom toilets, causing a Japanese tour group to applaud politely, and one particularly athletic specimen did a double somersault from the Ball of Twine's fire sprinkler system. Each mermaid wore tactical gear over her sequin tail, their hair slicked back in regulation buns, communication devices disguised as seashell earrings. They moved with the synchronicity that comes from years of performing underwater routines to Muzak versions of yacht rock classics. What in the name of Jimmy Buffett's lost shaker of salt? The Pelican sputtered as two mermaids in wetsuit tops and utility belts surrounded him with spear guns modified to fire non-lethal nets. The siren made a break for her Hummer, shouting, "Plan B. Execute the getaway maneuver we practiced." She tossed her keys to a teenager whose driver's license was still warm from the lamination machine. "Floor it, kid." The student driver, a gangly youth named Wesley with an unfortunate collection of facial tics that manifested whenever he encountered pressure or traffic circles, caught the keys with the coordination of someone who'd failed the hand-eye coordination portion of his driver's test 6 times. "Why yes, Miss Siren," he stammered, climbing into the driver's seat and gripping the wheel like it might try to escape. His foot, however, hit the gear shift instead of the brake, knocking the transmission into neutral just as he stomped on the gas. The Hummer's engine roared with the fury of 1,000 spring breakers denied happy hour pricing, but the vehicle remained stubbornly immobile. Meanwhile, the Pelican's lawn ornament crew had unboxed their garden gnomes and removed tiny Uzis from the hollow bases. But before they could fire a single round, 3 mermaids executing a perfect synchronized triple backflip landed behind them, wielding pool noodles that had been reinforced with fiberglass cores. "Drop the weapons," commanded a mermaid whose name tag read, "Coral, Assistant Manager, Tuesday through Saturday." "You're being ridiculous," sneered one of the gnome squad. "What are you gonna do, spank us with pool toys?" Coral demonstrated exactly what she was going to do, swinging her noodle with the precision of someone who'd spent 15 years correcting improper dolphin kicks in remedial adult swim classes. The noodle connected with his wrist, producing a hollow TH walk and immediate compliance. Diamond Doris emerged from behind the souvenir stand, her sequin pantsuit catching the sun as she sashayed toward the Pelican. "Eddie Finn's Finster," she purred. "Still wearing white after Labor Day, I see. Some criminals never learn." The Pelican's face drained of color. "Doris, I thought you were dead." "Only my patience for men who can't commit died, Eddie dear," she replied, producing a manila envelope. "Now, about those photos from Daytona Beach '69. Bubbles McGee coordinated her troops with hand signals familiar to anyone who'd seen the 11:30 a.m. Legends of the Deep show at Weeki Wachee. Tuesdays and Thursdays, seniors half price with valid ID. Mermaids zip-tied the gnome squad while others formed a perimeter, their sequin tails glinting menacingly in the Florida sun. Gumbo approached the siren, who was berating Wesley as the Hummer continued to go nowhere. "Mendoza," he said, flashing a badge he'd retrieved from a box of fruity pebbles during a particularly lucky breakfast, "your synchronized crime spree is officially over." "This is outrageous," the siren hissed. "I demand to speak to my lawyer, who coincidentally also performs as Neptune in our Thursday night shows." Bubbles McGee sidled up to Gumbo, her tactical mermaid gear somehow looking both ridiculous and intimidating. "We've secured the perimeter. All garden ornaments have been disarmed. 3 student drivers are crying in the gift shop, but the manager gave them free snow globes, so they'll be fine. As law enforcement officers, real ones, not just Gumbo with his cereal box badge, arrived to take custody of the pelican and the siren, Bubbles surveyed her mermaid troops with pride. Not bad for a bunch of women who spend their days holding their breath and waving at tourists through glass, she said, adjusting her utility belt. Serena would be proud. Gumbo nodded solemnly. The Mermaid Mafia has officially surfaced. In the distance, Wesley had somehow put the Hummer in reverse and was slowly backing into the world's second-largest ball of twine, unraveling Florida's history one rotation at a time. Chapter 29. Sheriff Looney Lockhart squinted at the evidence spread across her desk like the aftermath of a Category 5 hurricane in a Florida souvenir shop. Waterlogged notebooks, a collection of bedazzled mermaid tail scales, 3 novelty drink coasters with built-in recording devices, and a half-eaten Cuban sandwich that Gumbo insisted was tangentially relevant to the investigation. "So let me make sure I've got this straight," Sheriff Lockhart said, absently twirling a whistle on a lanyard, a remnant from her previous career coaching the Sarasota Synchronized Splashers to a controversial 4th-place finish at the 1994 Pan American Games. "You've uncovered an embezzlement scheme at Weeki Wachee, a mermaid assassination, a rare exotic animal smuggling operation, and what appears to be an organized crime syndicate operating out of a tourist attraction." "Tuesday in Florida," Gumbo shrugged, helping himself to the other half of the Cuban sandwich. Lockhart pinched the bridge of her nose. "And the evidence is recorded on cocktail coasters?" "Waterproof," Gumbo said through a mouthful of pork and pickle. "Got 'em from a guy who used to supply spy gear to Hemingway during the Cold War." "Hemingway died in 1961, Lockhart pointed out. "That's just what they want you to think," Gumbo replied, tapping his nose knowingly. "Anyway, the recordings are clear as crystal. Captain Barnaby confessing to embezzling ticket sales, the siren admitting to smuggling exotic animals through the underwater tube system, and the pelican ratting out everyone while trying to negotiate immunity in exchange for the location of Jimmy Hoffa's sunglasses." Sheriff Lockhart picked up one of the coasters and pressed the hidden button. The tinny voice of Captain Barnaby squawked from the tiny speaker. "Of course I killed the mermaid. She was going to ruin everything. Do you know how hard it is to find someone who can hold their breath for 6 minutes and believes they're 1/4 manatee on their grandmother's side?" "Well," Lockhart sighed, setting down the coaster, "I can't argue with that kind of evidence. Even in this county, where judges have been known to accept psychic testimony from parakeets." She stood up, her 5'0" frame somehow expanding to fill the room. Those who knew Lockhart's history as a synchronized swimming coach understood the phenomenon. She had once made a pool of Olympic athletes cry using nothing but an arched eyebrow and strategic whistle deployment. "I'll get the warrants processed. In the meantime, there's the matter of the memorial service for Serena." Gumbo nodded solemnly. "The mermaids at Weeki Wachee are already planning something. Bubbles McGee showed me their routine. It brought tears to my eyes, though that might have been the chlorine levels." The memorial service for Serena was scheduled for sunset at Weeki Wachee Springs. The underwater theater was packed with mourners, tourists who thought they were attending a special performance, and undercover officers posing as tourists posing as undercover officers. Gumbo sat in the front row next to Jimbo the Con Cannon, who was sobbing quietly into a souvenir mermaid tail-shaped towel. Senator Squawks, the one-legged seagull, perched on his shoulder wearing a tiny black bow tie for the occasion. "I didn't even know her that well," Jimbo sniffled. "But she was the only person who ever believed my theory about the Spanish Armada secretly surviving and establishing an underwater civilization off the Florida Keys." "She was a good soul," Gumbo agreed, patting his friend's shoulder. The underwater theater darkened, and a spotlight illuminated the spring. Bubbles McGee, now the de facto leader of the Mermaid Mafia, glided into view, her sequined black tail catching the light like an oil slick on a rain puddle. Behind her, 12 mermaids in formation carried a mother-of-pearl urn. The PA system crackled to life. "Ladies and gentlemen," announced a voice that wasn't shouting for the first time in Weeki Wachee history, "we present The Final Dive, a tribute to our fallen sister." What followed was a synchronized swimming performance so poignant that even the most hardened Florida tourists, the kind who'd seen alligators eating vending machines without blinking, found themselves reaching for tissues. The mermaids formed underwater constellations, spiraling patterns, and finally a perfect circle as Bubbles McGee opened the urn at the center, allowing Serena's ashes to disperse in the crystal-clear spring water. Sheriff Lockhart, standing at the back of the theater, wiped away a professional tear. "Technically perfect execution," she whispered. "I'd give it a 9.8. The Romanians would score it lower out of spite, but that's synchronized swimming politics for you." As the performance concluded and the lights came up, Gumbo noticed a commotion at the theater entrance. Deputies were escorting the Siren and the Pelican, both handcuffed, into the theater. "What's going on?" Gumbo asked Sheriff Lockhart as she approached. "They requested to pay their respects," she explained. "I figured it was the decent thing to do, even for Floridian criminals." The Siren, her sequined jumpsuit replaced by standard issue orange, nodded respectfully toward the spring. She was a competitor, but she had the best mermaid double flip in the business. The Pelican, somehow looking both menacing and contrite, added, "She once saved me from a rogue manatee with territorial issues. You don't forget something like that." They were led away as the crowd dispersed, many still dabbing at their eyes while simultaneously purchasing commemorative T-shirts from the gift shop. Outside, the Florida sunset painted the sky the color of spilled tropical drinks. Gumbo stood by his cutlass, watching as the last of the mourners departed. Sheriff Lockhart joined him, twirling her whistle pensively. "You did good work here, Malone. Weird work, but good." "Just another day in paradise," Gumbo replied, leaning against his car. "Though I'll admit, this case had more twists than an airboat tour through a hurricane." "What will you do now?" she asked. Before Gumbo could answer, his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed a number with a Keys area code. He answered, listened for 30 seconds, then hung up with a bemused expression. That, he told Lockhart, was the curator of the Ernest Hemingway house in Key West. "Apparently, they've got a situation involving 6-toed cats, a stolen manuscript, and what they believe is the ghost of a Cuban rum runner who only appears during happy hour." "Sounds like your kind of case," Lockhart chuckled. "Florida never sleeps," Gumbo said, opening his car door. "It just dozes off occasionally, before being startled awake by the sound of someone trying to pay a toll with a live iguana." As he drove away from Weeki Wachee, the mermaid sign winking in his rearview mirror, Gumbo couldn't help but feel that peculiar satisfaction that comes from bringing order to Florida chaos, a temporary condition at best, like trying to alphabetize a hurricane. But for now, justice had been served, Florida style. Messy, bizarre, and with a souvenir T-shirt to commemorate the occasion. Chapter 30. The morning sun sparkled on Tampa Bay like a disco ball in a retirement community rec center, blinding, erratic, and oddly nostalgic. Danny Gumbo Malone stood on the deck of the Manatee Mischief, a tour boat he'd borrowed from a guy who swore he was the illegitimate son of Jacques Cousteau, but spoke with an accent that wandered between Boston and Biloxi. "Is this deep enough?" called the boat captain, a sunburned man named Hector who wore 7 different kinds of sunscreen simultaneously, creating a striped effect that made him look like a human zebra crossing. "Perfect," Gumbo replied, examining the GPS coordinates on a device that had been waterproofed with what appeared to be melted birthday candle wax and packing tape. Serena would have loved this spot. 20 feet down, visibility like a gin and tonic, and just enough current to make her hair do that floaty thing mermaid hair is supposed to do. Behind him stood a solemn line of former Weeki Wachee performers, each holding a concrete garden gnome equipped with a small plaque commemorating Serena the sea siren Shimmertail. The gnomes, confiscated from the Pelican's extensive lawn ornament smuggling operation, had been modified with waterproof epoxy and coral-friendly adhesives by marine biologists who specialized in turning Florida's criminal detritus into functional marine habitats. "I still can't believe we're actually doing this," said Bubbles McGee, newly appointed leader of the reformed Mermaid Mafia, now operating as the Aquatic Conservation and Protection Society. She traded her sequined tail for a practical wetsuit, adorned with tasteful rhinestones arranged in the shape of endangered marine species. "Serena always said she wanted to sleep with the fishes," Gumbo nodded. "Though I don't think this is what she meant." "At least she didn't end up like the Pelican and the Siren," said Jimbo the Concannon, who had appointed himself official memorial photographer, despite owning a camera that still used actual film. "Those two sharing a cell at the Flora-Crim Experience has got to be awkward." The Flora-Crim Experience, Florida's first combination maximum security prison and interactive tourist attraction, had been the brainchild of a state legislator who'd realized Florida had two growth industries, incarceration and tourism. Why not combine them? For $49.95 plus tax, visitors could tour cell blocks, eat authentic prison cafeteria food, and purchase souvenir mugshots with actual convicted felons. "I heard their gift shop business is booming," Gumbo said, arranging the gnomes in what he hoped was an artistically pleasing circle. Dot's selling handcrafted shivs that double as letter openers, and Harlan's turned his collection of Florida newspaper crime headlines into a best-selling calendar. "Only in Florida could you go from crime lord to gift shop entrepreneur without changing your skill set," Bubbles observed. The boat rocked gently as Sheriff Luna "Looney" Lockhart arrived, her official uniform complemented by a mermaid tail-shaped badge that she'd special ordered from a company that usually made rodeo belt buckles. "Everything legal and proper here, Malone?" she asked, eyes narrowing behind prescription sunglasses shaped like seashells. "I'm not sanctioning another one of your crime scene becomes memorial service becomes undercover sting operation becomes seafood festival situations." "Strictly legitimate today, Sheriff," Gumbo promised, holding up a stack of permits thick enough to choke the invasive pythons that had recently developed a taste for municipal paperwork. "Approved by Fish and Wildlife, the Coast Guard, and that weird department that only meets during full moons to discuss manatee migration patterns." Satisfied, Sheriff Lockhart took her position at the improvised podium, actually a surfboard balanced on two coolers full of the ceremonial key lime pie that would be consumed after the memorial. "Ladies, gentlemen, and marine enthusiasts," she began, as a dolphin conveniently leapt in the background like it was auditioning for a Florida tourism commercial. "We gather today to honor Serena Shimmertail and transform the instruments of crime into a sanctuary of life." One by one, the former mermaids stepped forward, each reading a memory of Serena before handing their concrete gnome to Gumbo, who passed it to professional divers waiting to assemble Serena's reef on the ocean floor below. "She once held her breath for 7 minutes to win a bet against a carnival sword swallower," recalled one mermaid, wiping away a tear that mingled with the SPF 70 sunscreen dripping down her face. "She taught me how to pick a lock with a hairpin and a plastic spork," said another, her voice cracking with emotion. By the time the last gnome descended to join what was now a surprisingly tasteful underwater monument, there wasn't a dry eye on the boat, partly from emotion, partly from the champagne that Bubbles had begun enthusiastically spraying in a manner usually reserved for NASCAR victories. "With this reef," Gumbo announced, raising a biodegradable cup filled with something that smelled potent enough to clean boat engines, "Serena's legacy becomes part of Florida itself. Beautiful, strange, slightly illegal in certain counties, and home to creatures that defy easy classification." 3 months had passed since the synchronized crime-fighting takedown that had dismantled 2 of Florida's weirdest criminal enterprises. Captain Barnaby was serving time for fraud and mermaid endangerment. The student drivers who'd worked for the Siren had all received their licenses, though the DMV had created a special designation, reformed getaway driver, that raised their insurance rates to astronomical levels. As the ceremony concluded, the Weeki Wachee performers dove overboard in perfect formation, executing an underwater ballet around Serena's reef that would, by evening, become the most watched viral video in the state's history, narrowly beating out Alligator Steele's golf cart while wearing human sun hat. Gumbo watched them from the boat, feeling something between satisfaction and indigestion from the questionable grouper sandwich he'd eaten for breakfast. Later that afternoon, settled into his usual booth at the Rusty Pelican with a slice of key lime pie that glowed an unnatural but appetizing shade of green, Gumbo felt a sense of closure. He'd solved the case, brought justice to a fallen mermaid, and somehow avoided being murdered by garden ornaments, a trifecta of success by Florida investigative standards. The bell above the door jingled as a woman entered, her hair frizzed from the humidity, her eyes wild with the look Gumbo recognized as Florida citizen with a problem. "Are you Danny Malone?" she asked, sliding into his booth without waiting for an invitation. "I've got a situation involving an escaped python, a missing lottery ticket worth millions, and what I'm pretty sure is the vengeful ghost of Florida's oldest orange grove." Gumbo took another bite of pie, savoring the tart sweetness as he considered the proper response to what would inevitably be his next case. "Ma'am," he said finally, "in this state that barely qualifies as an unusual Tuesday. Can I send you red-tide retired?" Don't miss the rest of the Gumbo Wacky Florida adventures. Listen to every Gumbo Wild, Wacky Mystery free audiobooks. The end.